Mr. Presberdia, are you on the phone?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a minute or two. Right, I think we're all here and ready. Good evening, everybody. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Tonight is March the 5th, 2024. It's 5:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Member Myers,
Here.
Member Martinez,
Present.
Member Rivera,
Present.
Member Bronga,
Here.
Member Johnson,
Here.
Chair Constant,
Here.
Vice Chair Zolotel, here. Member Cross,
Here.
Member Voland,
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley,
Here.
Member Salt,
Here.
Member Presverdia,
Here.
Youth Representative Tyrell.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Clerk Akers, would you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Volland, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Volland. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. We have minutes from the regular meeting of January 23rd, 2024, and the special meeting of January 28th, 2024. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Wasn't you? I heard, Mr. Myers, I'm sorry. Seconded by Mr. Myers. Thanks for the clarification. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing, hearing none, the minutes of those meetings are adopted. Next, we'll have the mayor's report. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, the mayor's out tonight, and I will be giving the mayor's report. So good evening, everyone. I'd like to start off by acknowledging the success of this year's ceremonial start of the Iditarod. Despite the cold, hundreds of Alaskans and tourists gathered last Saturday to see the mushers off. It was refreshing to see downtown bustling and vibrant. And those of you who haven't yet seen the mayor running with the reindeer, you can check that out on social media. Community grants. Over the past week, the mayor and his team, Mr. Chair, have been distributing the checks to the recipients of this year's mayor's community grants. It's a great time where our office can give back to those organizations who have done so much to support Anchorage. Some of this year's recipients are the Salvation Army, Armed Services YMCA, Covenant House Alaska, and the Fire Explorer Post 264. We're excited to see what these organizations do with these funds as they continue to support the people of Anchorage. Switching gears, I'd like to relay the Entrepreneur Roundtable that we had in the spirit of Black History Month. We hosted a roundtable of local entrepreneurs, and the group was represented by several different business models from trucking to food service and to catering. We were able to hear their stories of success and struggles associated with owning and operating a business. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, 63% of new jobs created since 1995 up until 2021 were created by entrepreneurs like these, and it's important to support them whenever we can. This past week, the mayor held a press conference regarding the future of the downtown library. As many of you know, thanks to a generous gift from the Getz Foundation, this historic landmark will once again be home to a downtown library in Old City Hall. Janet Getz made it her personal mission to reestablish a library in the heart of downtown Anchorage, and with her passing in 2010, she generously bequeathed $7.2 million in a trust with the Anchorage Library Foundation for the express purpose of establishing a downtown library. That trust has grown today to approximately $12.5 million, and with additional money from the federal government, we'll soon be able to give Old City Hall a new and exciting purpose, one that Janet Getz and all library lovers can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the mayor's report.
Thank you, and I have just a brief question on the downtown library, and it's not one that needs an answer tonight. I think that there's been much made of the story of there's going to be a new downtown library at the Old City Hall. I think that some formal communication to the Assembly under what rubric and rules and authority that's happening, so we understand how that's going to work. If there is an operator that's coming in, who's going to be responsible, what happens to the current lease, all of those questions, so that when we are asked inquiries by the media and other entities, we can answer it with some form of reasonable knowledge. Because at this point, there's a lot of questions.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, I have the chair's report, and we have a few things tonight of note. I would like to say Godspeed to the municipal attorney who's flying to Washington, D.C. right now, who will be standing in for our illustrious former attorney, Bob Owens, in front of the Court of Claims and the Appeals Court on the question of the appeal by the federal government on the $365 million judgment from the Court of Claims on behalf of the municipality. And so for those of you who are following the port story, a very significant event happens this Friday in Washington, D.C., and that's that the appellate court hears the appeal by the federal government against our victory, which we hope they will sustain. Next, food for thought. I'm pleased to announce that the Assembly, over the next several weeks, really after the 15th, but food for thought, a series of work sessions over the Friday lunch hour to take a step back from the timely business at hand and welcome community partners to our table to discuss the good things happening in our community. Often our focus on things that are going wrong and things that aren't working right and problems we have in the community. We want to take some time out of our busy schedules to appreciate the many things that are going right. The first session will be on March 15th at 11:30 a.m. and will focus on Anchorage's music economy. And we'll hear from our community partners organizing festivals and events and our opportunity to amplify local music. Future sessions will include innovative new programs to house people who've long struggled with homelessness, perhaps a presentation from a delegation who recently went to Oulu, Finland to learn about snow removal and non-motorized transportation issues. We'll also be hearing from the school district on their new career learning-centered education program. Next, on to Juneau and the state legislature. You'll see a number of resolutions tonight supporting bills down in Juneau. Issues like housing affordability, child care, support for families so that children, parents can remain in the workforce are critical to the future of Anchorage and issues that the municipality has done our best to address. However, some issues are just too big for local solutions, and we need the state to step up and do their part to ensure the vitality of our economy, schools, workplaces, and local communities. I want to thank our colleagues in Juneau, especially the Anchorage delegation, for listening to the municipality's concerns and working to find statewide solutions to some of our toughest problems. And finally, in my ongoing reminder about upcoming elections, ballots will be mailed broadly to voters on March the 12th. Ballots have already been mailed to individuals who are serving the military overseas, so the conduct of the election is underway. The last date of voting will be Tuesday, April 2nd at 8 p.m. at any of the multiple drop boxes or accessible voting centers or at the U.S. Postal Service across town. Your ballot has to have a postmark if it is going to be mailed late, because if it isn't postmarked, it can't be counted. The mayor, several school board seats, service area boards of supervisors, and open District 2 Chugiak Eagle River Assembly seat are on the ballot, as well as proposed charter amendment and several bond propositions. I encourage you to sign up for ballot tracks, which is at anchoragevotes.org. It's an amazing tool where you can sign up for text notifications of when your ballot leaves the mail house next week, when it's delivered to your home, when it arrives at the election center, and when it's counted. You can sign up at anchoragevotes.org. Next, we have a standing tradition. I see we have just a few students in the room. I'd like to invite you down to the lectern here to introduce yourselves and say what school you're from, what class you're in that brings you here to the Assembly Chamber. So come on down. Embarrassing, but we like to put you on the spot. So the microphone isn't on. I think it's a little green piece of tape. That'll turn the mic on. Again, just tell us your name, where you're from, what your class is, and why you're here.
All right, is this on? Okay. My name is Julia Henniger, and all of us are from Chugiak High School. We're with our U.S. government class run by Mr. Ogden.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Hunt. I'm from Chugiak High School. I'm a senior, and I'm taking U.S. government in with my teacher being Mr. Ogden.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ethan Daniel Martinez, and I'm from Chugiak High. Come from a senior at Chugiak and from government class.
My name is Isabella Hansen. I also go to Chugiak High School, and I am taking government with Mr. Ogden's class.
My name is Michael Henry. I go to Lumen Christi Catholic High School right here in Anchorage, and I'm here for a U.S. government class.
Well, thanks for all of you attending. If this is your first time attending your local government, this is your government, and we'd love to have you here learning how it works. Next on my list, just the boilerplate stuff. This is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping when it's inappropriate, keeping signs smaller than 8.5 by 11 inches. Please keep the aisles clear except when you're lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share, please hand it to the clerk who will distribute it for us. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disturbance, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person or persons will be asked to leave. Then that brings us to the next item on our agenda, which are going to be our committee and liaison reports. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. As a reminder, the next Community and Economic Development Committee will be held on March 14th. And just to shout out as well, one of the topical areas that we've approached is the creative economy, and so I'm looking forward to hearing more about the ways that we can incorporate music and other of those creative elements in our community into our economic pillars as well. And just lastly, It's a privilege to serve at the Community and Economic Development Committee, and it's been a privilege to serve with Kevin Cross as a co-chair, and Mr. Cross will be leaving the body soon. And in that committee, there are several good projects have come forward. And tonight, one of those good projects is demonstrated with the resolution. It's item 10B4. And it's been a privilege to be around those conversations and go for the ride with some very intelligent and thoughtful people who are working to bring real strong innovation through economic development into our community. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During last week's Municipal Audit Committee meeting, we got an update on the status of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, otherwise known as the ACFR. Long story short, although we didn't get any promises that the ACFR would be complete and submitted by March 31st, which I didn't expect, I left the meeting with strong assurances that our folks at Finance, as well as our third-party auditor, BDO, are putting every available resource possible to achieve the goal. I'm going to be in weekly communication with BDO to get updates on their progress, and will inform the body if I get any hints that the March 31 deadline will not be met. But right now I feel fairly confident that it will be. During last week's Housing and Homelessness Committee, we discussed the continued implementation of Emergency Cold Weather Shelter, ECWS, and the ongoing work to prepare for the transition out of ECWS. In April or May. One piece of great news we got last week, so far the Next Step pilot program has successfully housed and provided supports for 69 individuals and has a goal to serve another 81 community members by the end of ECWS. Then the partners plan on doing phase 2 of the Next Step program during the summer, housing and providing supports for another 150 people. So great news, great progress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. Tomorrow, Health Policy Committee will be meeting at 9:15 in City Hall Room 155. We'll continue to discuss electronic grant applications, hear the latest stats from the Health Department, and Alaska Behavioral Health will be there to talk to us about a grant they're working on to increase treatment opportunities for patients suffering eating disorders. 1 in 5 women in Alaska suffer an eating disorder, and at this current time, they need to be flown out of state for treatment. I did not realize until I went to Akita's fundraiser that it is the second most deadly mental health issue behind opioid abuse. So it's pretty important that we try to move the needle on this. COVID did a lot to increase the issues with young women and men. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next meeting of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will be on Thursday, March 21st from 11 a.m. to 12 noon at City Hall and online. The preliminary agenda includes a discussion around the Port of Alaska Modernization Project, an economic analysis, and then also an update from Solid Waste Services.
All right, Ms. Salatil.
Thank you. The Budget and Finance Committee does not meet again until after our next meeting, but there's a work session of note directly related to budget items, and it is a work session from 1 to 2 on the 15th, which is to take up the proposed adjustments to non-represented and public safety non-represented employees. And we will also be adding some items to the Budget and Finance Committee agenda around the Building Safety Service Fund, and be talking about also kind of where we stand with the CPI adjustments now that they are finalized, and working our way into the first quarter for budget revisions starting on the 21st. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Volland.
No report, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bronco. Brawley, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you to my co-chair for presenting on budget and finance. Just a reminder to members that we will be coming up soon on first quarter budget revisions. So that discussion will begin this month, I anticipate, but really a lot of the work is in April. So just a heads up for all of us and the public. And then for the Legislative Committee, our next meeting is Wednesday, March 6th, 1 to 2 p.m. in City Hall 155. We will be getting updates on current legislation as well as discussing some potential bills, so please tune in or attend if you're available. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Nothing to report.
Thanks, and I have from Mr. Presverdi, he also has nothing to report. So, right next, we will take up the addendum to the agenda. For the addendum to the agenda, we have 2 items to read. They're both supplemental. (10B1A), Resolution AR 2024-87S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging our congressional delegation to support negotiations which lead to an immediate bilateral ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas conflict, and 10B1B, AR 2024-87S1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging our congressional delegation to support negotiations which lead to an immediate bilateral ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas conflict. I don't believe there's anything else at this time. So we don't need a motion for those. So now I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to incorporate by Ms. Zaletel.
Mr. Chair, actually, point of information, did the S1 version?
I did. I read them both.
Both, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Zaletel. Who was the second? Ms. Brawley. Is there any objection? Hearing, seeing none. The addendum has been incorporated. So next we have appearance requests. No appearance requests tonight. So now we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So the consent agenda are items 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial, such as bid awards, new business, information reports, ordinances, and resolutions for introduction. The items in the consent agenda may be accepted, adopted, approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by Assembly members for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly rules, all ordinances, some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing. So I'll start with Mr. Presverdia on the phone.
I pull item 10B1. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Next, Mr. Salt.
No items.
Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. I have a few items. I'd like to pull 10 Alpha 2, 10 Bravo 2, 10 Bravo 3, 10 Bravo 4, and 10 Charlie 2, C2.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr.
Point of
Chair.
information. My apologies, Mr. Chair. May I ask a question to Member Brawley? Member Brawley, is the point in you pulling those items to see if other members would like to co-sponsor them?
For the most part, yes. And there's one item that needs attention as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, doesn't need to be read, but can be. So, Mr. Volland.
10A1 for reading.
Okay, Mr. Cross.
No items, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zaletel.
10, okay, that one was already pulled, sorry, 10C1 and 10E3.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Branca.
No additional item?
Mr. Rivera.
No additional items.
Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
Mr. Myers.
No additional items. Thank you, Chair.
So, okay. I'm going to read through the list. I have 10A1, Mr. Walland, 10A2, Ms. Brawley, 10B1, Mr. Presverdia, 10B2 through 4, Ms. Brawley, 10C1, Ms. Zaletel, 10C2, Ms. Brawley, 10E3, Ms. Zaletel, and that's it. Anything missing? No, okay. So, next, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Zaletel, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has been adopted unanimously. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearings, which are all the items in Section G. So if you're here to see action on any of those items listed on the consent agenda that were not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Brawley.
I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up 10B1 after the other consent agenda items. And I can speak to that briefly.
There's a motion to change the order of the day to take up 10B1 after 10E3. So motion by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. It's simply because I believe these other items can be quickly dispatched with, so just wanting to make sure that we have the time. Thank you.
Okay, so is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? I'm hearing and seeing no objection, so the order of the agenda has been changed, order of the day. So next we will start with our items on the consent agenda that were pulled. First item we have is item 10A1. 10A1 is AR 2024-82, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2024 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
I'm sorry, wait, who pulled that item?
I
Mr.
did.
Bolland, go ahead.
Yep.
Thanks. Moved by Mr. Bolland, seconded by?
Second.
By Ms. Zalatel. Is there any objection? Asking unanimous consent. Hearing seeing none, that item has been adopted. Is there someone here to receive it? Is Ms. Alfonsi here? Okay, so I'm going to ask that we pivot briefly and take up item 10A2 because Ms. Alfonsi appears to have stepped out of the room. So if there's no objection. All right, so item 10A2 is AR 20. Up. She's literally walking in. Okay, well, I'm going to rescind my request because Ms. Alfonsi has just walked in. Come on forward, we're ready to read. All right, so who's reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading and
Mr.
Mr.
Mullen, you have the
Martinez
floor.
is presenting. Thank you. Okay, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2024 as Brain Injury Awareness Month. Whereas March is National Brain Injury Awareness Month, a time to recognize the prevalence of brain injuries and help make lives better for individuals who have sustained this kind of trauma. And whereas traumatic and acquired brain injuries can happen to anyone and can bring a lifetime of co-occurring conditions, including persistent concussion symptoms, PTSD, physical impairment, developmental delays, paralysis, cognitive or behavioral problems, suicidal thoughts, greater risk for dementia and Alzheimer's, and lifelong challenges for individuals and families. And whereas these injuries are often preventable, and the incidence of identified traumatic and acquired brain injuries in Alaska is significantly higher than the national rate. And the long-lasting effects of COVID-19 may include neurological and cognitive symptoms, which may improve with brain injury rehabilitative strategies. Policymakers have a responsibility to promote community safety and brain injury prevention through person-centered policies. And whereas brain injury may contribute to homelessness, substance and alcohol misuse, criminal behavior, domestic violence, and mental and behavioral health disorders, but with access to updated education, assessment, support, care, and treatment regarding the brain's neuroplasticity, overall quality of life can greatly increase, and individuals may be able to return to their community of choice, decreasing overall costs for care. And whereas global projects such as Unmasking Brain Injury seek to give survivors a voice, promote brain injury awareness and education, and eliminate stigma by showing that persons living with brain injuries are deserving of dignity, respect, compassion, and full integration into their communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that March 2024 is recognized in the municipality of Anchorage as Brain Injury Awareness Month, and the people of Anchorage are encouraged to further public awareness of the efforts of brain injuries and importance of preventing brain injuries, and to observe Brain Injury Awareness Month with appropriate programs and activities, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 5th day of March 2024.
Welcome, thanks.
Hello, thank you. First, I do apologize for the delay. In the years that I've been accepting resolutions, they've never been this early, and so I am so sorry. I was waiting for the person that I invited to come with me and just texted them, just kidding, next time. So my name is Annette, and on a side note, it's really hard to coordinate people coming after their work hours for resolutions like this, so that's why I'm giving this little explanation of what happened. So thank you so much for your grace and your willingness to still read this resolution. My name is Annette Alfonsi. I'm the Alaska partner for Unmasking Brain Injury and the new director of Empowering Education. This year, the Brain Injury Association of America's theme for Brain Injury Awareness Month is #MyBrainInjuryStory. So to read more about people's stories, just search the #MyBrainInjuryStory. We've heard from individuals in the past that have experienced brain injuries, but providers also have stories. The support they provide individuals can shape people's stories. Multiple specialists working together can support healing, including but not limited to occupational therapy, speech-language pathology, neurooptometry, interventional pain management, and physical therapy. Like other fields, physical therapists can have an orthopedic or neurological focus, and not all PTs do the same things. Physical therapists can do more than just assign exercises. They can assess muscle tone, they can do manual therapy, some can do trigger point work through dry needling or other trigger point kinds of work. They can help with walking, balance, and vertigo, postural restoration, breath support, and they can write and sign the form for a disability parking placard to be able to park in a handicapped parking spot. That's a huge one. So if you're in PT and you need to be able to park closer to a door, a physical therapist can sign the form for that. They can also help, in many cases, to get access to assistive technology and assistive devices, and they can do more. When we discuss the importance of a multidisciplinary team to support healing, it's important to understand the kinds of things that these specialists can do and how they can support healing. Physical therapy can be a huge help to someone through a multidisciplinary team of support. I was going to introduce an amazing physical therapist to speak a little bit more about what she can do, and she's on her way, but just kidding, not anymore. So again, next time you can look forward to hearing from a physical therapist about how they can support an interdisciplinary team of healing. But my intention of bringing them here today was to start to share with you a little bit more specifically about what's available locally and how people can work together to support people's healing, to get their quality of life back, to guide their own treatment goals and outcomes, and to be able to facilitate their own strengths and healing. So thank you very much again.
Thank you. All right, next we have on the agenda, item 10A2, AR 2024-88, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2024 as National Women's History Month. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Bronga. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted unanimously. Is there someone here to receive this resolution? Yeah, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So we just proceed? All right, so we'll just go ahead and proceed since we don't have someone to receive it, and maybe if they show up, we'll read later. Next, we have item 10B2, AR 2024-89, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly supporting House Bill 89 in the state legislature, the Daycare Assistance and Child Care Grant Program. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and we'll keep these brief. This is one of the follow-ups from our legislative fly-in on February, and triangulating what the legislature is contemplating with the work that we are doing locally and the things that would support the municipality. So this relates to a bill by Representative Julie Colomb, so thank you to her for carrying this. It is recommendations that came out of the governor's task force on childcare, and really it would improve childcare access in our city by allowing, having incentives for the private sector, making more people eligible for childcare. So there's really a lot of benefits to it. There's more details in the packet. And so I've pulled it partly so that folks can sign on if they would like to support it, but also just wanted to highlight this opportunity. It just passed the House 35-5, and so it's now on to the Senate, and so that is partly why it's helpful for us to get this moving and share our support if the members agree. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Would other members like to be added? Any objection? I'm not hearing any objection, so all members will be added. With that, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Perez Verdilla.
Okay, so on a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-89 has passed the body. I assume you wanted to be added as a sponsor as well, Mr. Terrell. Yep, okay, so we'll make sure that happens. So next on the agenda, we have item 10B3, AR 2024-90, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the policy intent of Alaska House Bill 100 and act relating to teacher and public employee leave. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Mr. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, again, briefly, this is another follow-up from our fly-in. This is a bill from Representative Jenny Armstrong, who is another Anchorage legislator, in addition to Rep. Coulombe. She is also very concerned about childcare and really situations that keep families, especially women, out of the workforce due to costs and other constraints. And I know that has been a priority of the Assembly for the last couple years to improve our own family leave policies. So this bill, there's details in the packet, but it would create an insurance pool-based program for family leave. It's exciting because it would not only be available to state employees, but also local governments like ours could potentially buy into that pool, as well as individual employers and employees, is my understanding of the current version. So I also would urge your support and ask if other folks would like to sign on. Thank you.
So anybody object to being added as a sponsor to this? We'll go ahead and add everybody, including the youth member. All right, so with this then, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Perez Verdilla.
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-90 has passed the body. Next we have item 10B4, AR 2024-91, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly in support of the abandoned property project and federal funding request to revitalize abandoned properties into attainable housing. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and I know that there's one amendment to take care of. Just to say, this is a great partnership of folks at ACDA, AWWU, the Planning Department, the Mayor's Office, and also Assembly sponsors and the Community Economic Development Committee, working on multiple issues at once: vacant and abandoned properties, making them more easy to develop, and then also dealing with our water and sewer infrastructure costs. So this is really great. And just so folks are aware, some of the representatives that I noted above are actually in DC right now this week, and so if and when this passes, they will be bringing it to our federal representatives, and also it's part of an Economic Development Administration grant. So I urge your support, and please sign on if you're interested. Thank you.
All right. Anyone? Go ahead. Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. I move Zalatel Amendment number 1.
Second.
So a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So this clarifies exactly what we're asking for, which is to support a $45 million funding request. It was in the memo, but it wasn't in the resolution itself, and I think it's really important that we are as specific as possible with those requests. And so I did run this past both AWU and ACDA, and there is no objection. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Now we have AR 2024-91 as amended before us. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-91 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10C1, AM 215-2024, exercising an option to renew non-encumbering contract with Aloha Cleaning, AK Aloha, to provide janitorial services. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to approve.
Moved by
Second.
Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Walland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move a verbal amendment at the request of the administration to change the amount on line 20 to be $95,000.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel and a second by Member Walland. Do we need to amend the title, Mr. Gates?
No.
All right, thank you. Good enough for me. So now we have the item as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 215-2024 as amended has passed the body. Oh, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. The amendment has passed. So now we have the item before us. So AM 215-2024 as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
All right, now, on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 215-2024 as amended has passed the body. Thanks for the correction. Next, we have item 10C2. 10C2 is AM 223-2024, Amendment 5 to non-encumbering contract with Alaska Pro Truckers, AK Pro, to provide as-needed snow hauling services. Ms. Briley, you pulled this.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Briley, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. You have the floor, Ms. Briley.
Yeah, thank you. And I do intend to support this, and I apologize that I did not send this question in advance, but I also wanted to just highlight for folks and for the public, this was originally a $1.8 million contract for, as I understand it, snow hauling services from November 2022. This amendment number 5 will bring that total to over $10 million, which is, as I understand it, in line with our contracting procedures, but it's also a lot of money that we've been contracting for snow plowing the last 2 winters. So my specific question now is, it mentions already appropriated funds. What is the total funding, and does this exhaust that funding, to our knowledge, to the administration?
Through the chair to Member Brawley, I believe Courtney Peterson is on the line and would be able to speak to that question. Thank you.
Interrupt
Yes,
the
it's
proceedings
Ms.
for just a
Peterson.
moment. Ms. Peterson, could you please hold on just a moment? We have a sign that's in excess of the allowed sign size, and we're going to have to ask it to be removed. Outside of the chamber, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Peterson.
Yeah, the funding that is available in the 2024 operating budget in street maintenance is what's currently funding this, and is not been exhausted for the 2024 portion that is being requested at this time.
Okay, thank you. I don't have further questions, other than I would like to ask the administration to probably at the next enterprise and utility committee meeting or whenever it's appropriate to share, and it could be April or May, but really just want to get a more detailed accounting of how much we've spent on snow plowing, including within our own budget and then with contracts. So again, not an ask for tonight, but I just wanted to make that clear because I think we do need to look at that by the end of the season. Thank you.
Question for you. When is the next Budget and Finance Committee?
That would be March 21st, but we may want to look at this question in April.
So it just might be also advisable to take it up at the Budget Committee. Enterprise is fine, but it's a pretty packed agenda, so your choice really, but...
Okay, I'll work with the administration on what's reasonable.
All right, thank you. So any further discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
All right, on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 223-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10E3. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. This item deals with the funding of emergency cold weather shelter, particularly out of the participating jurisdiction fund. In my role as the executive director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, the Continuum of Care, there is an ongoing consultation relationship between the two, and I believe I have a conflict.
All right, I think that we have previously determined there's a conflict on this item, so you'll be excused for this. Now we have AR 2024-85 before us, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and adopting substantial amendment 10 to the 2019 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, 2019 Actual Action Plan.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So we don't have a motion. The person who pulled the item is outside, so can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion?
Briefly, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had actually planned on pulling this item as well, just to highlight the importance of, I think, some of the conversations that are going around along the needs for coordinated funding in all of our housing and homelessness efforts. So with the passage of this item, which I hope it is approved today, emergency cold weather shelter this winter season will have been paid for by alcohol tax funds, general government funds, leftover ARPA dollars, and leftover CDBG CV funds, which is also ARPA, but a different bucket. So this is, I think, the kind of leveraging of different financial resources that are going to make our continued efforts successful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did an inquiry today with the department, and they were very explicit that these funds will solely go towards extending emergency cold weather shelter and not to be used for another purpose. And so I have that in my emails. I want to make sure that's part of the record. Any further discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Presverdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-85 has passed the body. We can welcome Ms. Zalatil back. Next, we have 10B1 AR 2024-87, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging our congressional delegation to support negotiations which lead to an immediate bilateral ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas conflict.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Go ahead.
Did we inquire if the folks happen to be here for 10 Alpha 2? Because we were going to take this up at the end of the consent agenda.
Right. Are the folks here for the Women's History Month? No. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and proceed. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this item because I think it was important that we have the discussion tonight, but I would request that the chair allow me to cede my time to one of the three sponsors of this bill to make the motion.
That's fine.
Chair, I'd like to move to approve the S version.
Second.
So a motion by Ms. Bronga to move the S version. Who was the second? Mr. Volland, go ahead. All right, Ms. Bronga.
Thank you. I know I'm looking at signs saying no S version, and I want to tell you that I feel like this is the path forward for a ceasefire. I have spent enormous amounts of time talking with people from Anchorage for Palestine and different people emailing me in the medical community, and this has to stop. And the way forward is not going to be the way that makes a lot of people happy, but what I'm finding in my very new role of city government is that sometimes you have to compromise. And I have been very proud to have conversations with Anchorage for Palestine, and Mr. Martinez and I started this with a resolution that I may be very simple, but I thought it would be passed unanimously. We may be even wearing some sort of badge of honor for just bringing the community together, not saying hateful things on either side. But what the reality is if we want to actually send our Washington delegation a message of ceasefire, let aid into the region, we realize that we have to move the S. And I spoke with Mr. King earlier about this, and I know he's disappointed, but my opportunity to talk with people in the Palestinian community that live in Alaska, and my time speaking with people in the Jewish community, I feel really strongly that what needs to happen is something that possibly Mr. Perez-Verdia could help us with, some listening sessions where we get to know each other better and figure out where we're coming from, because I think right now we have just a genuine lack of seeing each other for who we are. So our S version came from conversations with the Jewish community, and they would like to see nothing pass because they worry about inflammatory speech and problems in the synagogue, and I know those same sorts of things the Palestinian community worries about. But so we put language in there that would make sure that it was known that the U.S. recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. We put in words that talked about how Palestinians have a right to be safe in the Gaza Strip, but Israel also has the right to defend themselves from attack. At this point, ceasefire needs to happen, and so that's what the S version is about. It's about threading a needle, trying to get somewhere where we can make that statement of ceasefire, because it has to stop.
Next, I think you have Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone in this room, I hope everyone in this room wants to see lasting peace and an end to this conflict. And some of the testimony that I found the most compelling was from healthcare providers, and with on the difficulty that it is to get aid to people who need it. In fact, there's a woman here in the, I think the third row back, who I believe you're a nurse and you testified before us, and I really appreciated your testimony. I will say I'm a little bit disappointed to see all the signs in the room saying no S version. My guess is that Member Braga probably worked very hard on a compromise version. I think we do have to be able to put this current conflict in context. What I would like to do at this point is actually to move Volland-Zolotel Amendment number 1 to the S version.
There is a motion to amend by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Zolotel and Mr. Volland.
Thank you. So what this attempts to do is to blend some of the language that I was going to bring forward as an amendment to the original version, and some of the language from the S version put forward by the co-sponsors. I want to highlight a couple things. Number one, it amends the title to call not just for an immediate bilateral ceasefire, but to lasting peace, because I believe that is the true end goal here. Although we do need a ceasefire and we do need delivery of aid and health care and food to the region. Also, it includes a whereas that I think is important, acknowledging that both Jewish and Palestinian peoples can trace their histories of their ancient ancestors back to the region that is now Israel, and both groups have been subjected to historical oppression and colonization. In particular, I want to keep the reference here to an assembly resolution that we passed, 2023-137, the S2 version, which was a resolution that was worked on very hard, went through multiple iterations, and that was by interim member Robin Dern when she served to represent Eagle River. And it condemned the threat or use of political violence and denounced extremism in all its forms. And while I know this may be controversial, I think it's important to recognize that Israel is a full member state of the United Nations. And Hamas is acknowledged by the U.S. State Department as a foreign terrorist organization. So, to me, I want to see an end to this conflict. I want to see civilians get the help that they need, particularly children. When I had previously supported a motion to postpone and call a question, when this was last brought up, I do want to acknowledge one thing. I've received some criticism because I brought forward an item on the Russia and Ukraine conflict. I see a little bit of contrast between that item and this item, I will acknowledge. The main thing being is that in that item, there was something that local government could effectuate. We had a sister city relationship with Ukraine that we were able to suspend, so that was the first action we were able to take within our scope. The second was, at that time, we were flying the Russian flag from municipal property. And so, in this instance, we don't have a sister city relationship with Israel or any form of Palestinian government. We aren't flying the Israeli flag or the Palestinian flag from municipal property. So, all that to say, I don't know if this actually effectuates anything, but I realize that to many this will be powerfully symbolic. And so, with that, I encourage support for the amendment to the S version. Thank you.
So I have a queue right now that is long, but I think it's on the main motion. So I'll give folks the option. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to speak on the main motion, but I'll go ahead and speak to the amendment, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on this amendment, I will be voting no, and I'll be voting no for a few reasons. First is that this amendment adds, I think as one of the sponsors stated, a lot of context. And I know that sometimes we as a body like to add a lot of whereas statements, like to add a lot of context, but I would argue that this is one of those issues that maybe saying a little bit less is actually better. And in my opinion, the S version says the things that community members wanted us to say. This amendment, I think, goes just a step too far for me, so I will not be supporting the amendment. In addition, there's one exclusion from the amendment that I don't understand, and will, if this amendment does pass, I'll be seeking to make a floor amendment to find a way to add it back in, but in particular, the removal in Section 3 of the right of Palestinians to a place to call home free of Hamas is something that for me should be relatively uncontroversial. Hopefully this will be something, hopefully the amendment doesn't pass, but if it does, I will be seeking to make a floor amendment to add that back in. Thanks.
Next in the queue on the main motion, but you can have the floor now if you want, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to the amendment. First of all, I'm proud to stand behind the words of the original version. I think the starting point for us was trying to stay in our lane with respect to effectuating a call to our federal delegation and recognizing that the level of community information around this issue is not extremely high, but that there are extremely deep emotions running in our community. I thought it was best that we try to not have as much of the background information and really stick to the humanitarian question at hand. I think the compromise that Member Bronco mentioned with respect to the process should be a little further understood. I first engaged this process, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later on, but when there was a call for a question, how should folks engage in local government and how should they get involved in these processes? So I'm not supportive of this particular amendment primarily because the starting point for me is a little more neutral in that the value of our community to speak to our community issues through this resolution, I think is important. But I'm fine with moving to a space where we have incorporated more language that we heard, Member Bronco did a lot of work on to have an S version. And so I'm never here to be the champion of perfection of local government, and I've said that before. Part of the process is to compromise, to be able to disagree with dignity and still find a way forward. I hope we can find that way forward this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Next in the queue, Ms. Alatil.
Thank you. As one of the sponsors of the amendment, I would agree to restore the statement in Section 3 if my co-sponsor would as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was a section swap and should not have been deleted.
Certainly work with the clerk for just a sec.
And in fact, can I finesse that a little bit, Mr. Chair? Because I think we're going to have duplicate language.
I think you have to ask Ms. Alatil because she has the floor.
Yeah, so I think...
The floor back?
Yeah.
I'm not ceding the floor, no.
Right, so maybe
Sorry.
just hold on
Yeah,
just a
you
minute.
can show. Sorry.
So it should go... It should go like this.
Oh, okay. So we would like to restore the sentence that was deleted in Section 3 and actually place it right as the second sentence in Section 4.
I review that on the board.
Looks correct to me.
Okay, so the sponsors agree that that is the current amendment. The current amendment, Ms. Alatil, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I agreed to co-sponsor this amendment, but I think this is a very complex situation, quite frankly, and I don't feel equipped to weigh in on foreign policy. I will tell you, I spend my time as an assembly member looking at state and local issues. I try to become an expert on things like the port, the Klutna River restoration, the budget. I take great pride in understanding a lot of the complexities of our local government, and that consumes, I must admit, most of my time. Plus I try to, pay attention to my family once in a while. And I really appreciated Member Martinez's statement about staying in our lane. I feel like all of this is taking us out of our lane. It is taking us out of our lane. I'm worried about unintended consequences because certain community members are coming forward wanting to hear one set of narrative. Other community members are coming forward with wanting to hear another set of narratives. Other community members are saying stay out of it. Other community members are somewhere in between. I think this amendment tries to strike the balance of somewhere in between. It's making, I think, the best out of a bad situation. I want to highlight, and I think it's really important that it's in the amendment, that we did pass the resolution condemning political violence of all types. That resolution remains in effect. And I feel like today we are possibly on a slippery slope, that we should maybe take up a resolution in response to every humanitarian, climate, and political crisis in our world, if all we're going to do is be urging the delegation to do something about it. Because the federal delegation is in the best position to do things about this, and we're not. In the end, I agree the situation is untenable, should end as soon as possible. I'm generally come from a very pacifist position that war is never the answer. But man, I feel like I'm in over my head. I feel like there's a lot of responsibility when you bring this kind of item and you create expectations and no, not you. The membership gets put in a position, I think, this is my opinion, I feel put in a position that I shouldn't have to weigh in on this, that I don't feel like this is appropriate. So I support the amendment. I do not know what I will do on the main motion, even if the amendment passes, quite frankly, because I feel really uncomfortable to be in this position. And I can't stress that enough, because if I want to weigh in on this, I would want to be fully educated on it. And yes, I read the paper, but it's so much more than beyond the headlines, and it depends what news source you read. And I want to go back to thinking about the port and the Eklutna and the things that I know we can effectuate here and now that are really important to our community. It doesn't discount the importance of this, but it stresses the role we play in our community, the role we play in our community and what we are elected to do. Thank you.
I'm Palestinian. I'm a senior.
Please, you're being, thank you.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
You're all out of order, and we'll have to clear the chambers again, and that is not the point of these meetings, so please come to order. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. And I would like to speak on the main motion as well, but I'll speak to the amendment now. First, I want to thank Member Zalato, because a lot of what you shared I am feeling also. Again, not because it's lack of caring or humanitarian feeling. The reality is this is a hard job, and I'm not saying that because I'm asking for sympathy. This is what I told Daniel King as well when we met this weekend. It is just the reality that there is not enough hours in the day to do the work of this municipality, especially the state we're in. And so we are constantly triaging. We are constantly making choices and trying to do the best that we can make material positive impact in this city. So what I will say on this amendment, I also don't feel qualified to weigh in on this. It is not because it isn't important, but I just want to put out there at this point in the debate that I am frustrated that all of the dialogue so far around this issue has basically conflated two real but really distinct questions. The one is the huge question, what should happen in Gaza? Meaning, what action should the Israeli government take, Hamas, other governments in the region, the United States? Those are real questions, and there is a real serious harm being done to human beings in that region, which does ripple out, right? None of us want violence. None of us want to see people killed, I would assume. At least I feel that way. That is one giant issue. The distinct issue that is related but is separate from that issue is what should we, the Anchorage Assembly, on behalf of this community, do about it or say about it on the record. And I believe that it is really important to think about those things distinctly, not because the second one invalidates the first one, but I think the question is really, what is the goal? And this is what I posed to Mr. King and what I would pose to everyone in this room. What is your goal? If the goal is simply to pass this resolution so that the Anchorage Assembly votes yes and asks the congressional delegation to do something, that is a very, very narrowly defined organizing goal. So what I offered to Mr. King and that I would offer to everybody is, is to think about what your actual goal is, and is this the only way to achieve that goal? And is the language, knowing that things go through an amendment process, knowing that we don't know the outcome. It sounds like we don't know the outcome right now. This is going to happen in real time. So if your only goal is to have this resolution passed in the form that it was written, then that goal is so narrow that it is hard to get a win out of that. It is hard to get out of that and say that this is something that we feel good about at the end. So I would say, and we'll continue the debate understandably, I don't know how I want to vote on these amendments. I don't know how I want to vote on this resolution, but I would encourage thinking about what is the actual goal and what gets us further as a community, that we can not only de-escalate end the conflict in other regions of the world, but also de-escalate the conflict that's happening here that is of a different kind, but has really erupted in the last several weeks and certainly in the last week. And I'll save the rest of my comments for later. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Presverdia, do you want to stay in for the main motion only?
Yes, the main motion.
All right, thank you. Mr. Terrell on the amendment.
Specifically speak to the amendment or to the main motion?
We're on the amendment right now.
I will cede my spot.
Thank you. So Mr. Cross, on the amendment or the main motion?
I'll wait for the main motion. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Martinez. All right, so is there no one else who wishes to speak on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Presverdia?
No.
On a vote of 7-5, the amendment has passed. Now, Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Mr. Terrell.
No.
I'm sorry.
On the amendment.
Thank you. I'm sorry. 7-5 and the youth member votes no. So next we'll have Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The questions that were raised a few minutes ago with respect to why this body should take this issue was the first question that I had for anyone who spoke to me. It didn't matter what background you were. It didn't matter what part of the community you were. If you wanted to speak to me on this issue, I held fast to the question of why. This is independent and devoid of one's personal issues. This is the role of the Assembly. And initially, I took the time to meet with varying folks and to listen, to develop a rubric for myself to determine why and how this body acts at all. I recognize that people come from every issue and toward every issue from different perspectives and different vantage points, especially when they're emotionally charged. This item is particularly no exception. You see, I grew up in New York City, where the tension around the historic questions and the political complexities involved in this issue are visible, loud, and intractable. But I'm here to be responsive to the opportunity for a public process in this community, the Anchorage Way. It is my hope that we can speak to an Anchorage Way, which highlights for me a legacy of hope and understanding and cooperation with an actual municipal record of public engagement on world events when those world events impact members of our community. I also recognize that although there may be an ethical response, that we do have a limited lane. I don't believe that we should be wading indiscriminately into world events, but I do recognize that I've heard from many, many constituents from all sides of this particular question. And I've probably heard from more constituents on this matter than some of the more practical, tactical municipal items that are even on our agenda this evening. That raises the question of how important is this issue for us to take a step forward toward. And I don't have an outcome predetermined except that we can have a space for our community to find each other, to listen, to have the ability to find a bridge-building spirit, to have this body be responsive to that bridge-building spirit. And it's not going to be perfect to all the edges, believe me. But if we can have that lane into this bridge building spirit, then I believe we can articulate the values of this community. And we are a peace-loving community, as it's been highlighted before. I also recognize that no side speaks for all sides. And I'm very challenged when I hear folks say I've met with this community or that community. I meet with individuals that have different perspectives, even across the same communities, even when they're in the same congregation. But I do believe that we crafted an original resolution that speaks to the values of our community, independent of taking hard sides. We've passed just now an amendment. I will not delay the call for a ceasefire because of my ego or perspective around any amendment, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. That's the beautiful thing about our democratic process. We all have different opinions of what is important, why it's important, and how we should approach this. But again, the starting point for me was there were a lot of people in our community said, how can we get involved? What is the process? And I hope that during the process of all of this, we've learned some political literacy. We've learned how to work together and the value of disagreeing with dignity, still finding a way forward, and compliments to my colleagues who decided to hear this evening, because fundamentally I think we owe it to our community to be responsive, even if those things seem challenging and very complex. But I also want to put the pressure right on all the members of the community who I've spoke with, because I challenged them to do more in the spaces outside of this action and outside of the body. No matter what happens on this particular item, it is my hope that the values of the Anchorage way, the finding each other way, the working together cooperatively, the teaching together, the educating together, that those things can happen. And on that note, I will close saying I had a great conversation with Daniel Clift, and I asked for permission for Daniel Clift to be able to shout out my conversation with him. Now, Danny is a leader at Beth Shalom, and Danny is a neighbor. He's a constituent. He's a father. And when we had this conversation, what I recognize is that Danny said to me, I know these things are complex, but he appreciated that there were some folks willing to take the time to listen, to find a higher level of a pathway. And on that conversation, we didn't necessarily walk away with agreement, but I knew that Danny said to me, he believed that we tried our best to follow a process that would be healthy for our community, knowing that the issues are very toxic and indeed very emotional. So I yield the time, Chair, and I thank you, and I hope folks can not let the egos get in the way of a unified call for a ceasefire in the region. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking of egos, I probably won't be voting for any resolution. How arrogant do I have to be to think that the people in Gaza or Israel care what an overweight white guy in Alaska has to say about their plight? Meanwhile, in the United States, 27 million people are in human trafficking and 2,400 children are abducted and raped every day. Our house is on fire, we're choking on our own smoke, and we're virtue signaling to the rest of the world what they should be doing. I'm just like, I don't have enough problems looking out in the street and seeing our homeless people freezing to death. Meanwhile, we're going to spend hours in hot breath. There has never been so many people that have ever showed up for anything. When we've got rapes and murders and issues within our own borders here, never see a crowd this big. And the media is failing us because it hasn't brought to light that our own house is on fire. When you go, regardless of what happens, take this energy, go out into your communities. Gosh, bless the world abundantly with humble acts of service to the people standing next to you, because there's pain in our own streets that's being ignored while we arrogantly tell people across the world what they should do. Thank you.
Please come to order. Please come to order. Mr. Presverdia, please come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
You have the floor.
Thank you. Well, first I want to just take a moment to thank the sponsors of this resolution for bringing it forward. As everyone here tonight, I think it's a difficult issue that we're all wrestling with. Like many of my colleagues, I've spent a great deal of time over the last 2 weeks talking to people on both sides of this issue and truly trying to learn and understand to the degree I can. At the end of the day, I really believe that this is a call for peace. And I understand from many people in the Jewish community, right now a call for peace in this way is a call for violence. And that concerns me greatly. It concerns me the increased violence that we've seen in our state and across our country for Jewish people over the last few weeks and months. And this is certainly, from my perspective, not an incentive or a call for that at all. The opposite, it's a call for peace. So I encourage my colleagues to support this because at the end of the day, it's a call for peace. It's a call for stopping violence with the opportunity to negotiate in a nonviolent way. And as difficult as this decision has been for me, I want to encourage my colleagues to support it from that perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, I have Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to be brief, I think in hopes that we try and keep this debate relatively short. Members stole a little bit of my thunder, and I was going to, at the front, admit and realize that this resolution is probably putting some folks in an awkward position, and readily admit that that is sometimes part of the job. We all get put in awkward positions sometimes. Also want to acknowledge that there are members of the community who are very wary and fearful of this conversation and the ability of this conversation to do harm in the community. Never before in an issue have I heard so many voices urging some of us to stay silent, and so many voices urging some of us to speak up. That has been a very interesting part of this process. For my part, I come at this with the value of the sanctity of life. I personally feel like that value has been lost in a lot of this debate and a lot of this dialogue that's happening, not just in our chambers, but in dining rooms, at restaurants, all over the place. People are having this dialogue, which I think gets me to the local nexus. If there's anything I've learned is that there's a huge amount of community dialogue and interest on this issue from a variety of different perspectives. I actually ended up talking about this issue on Saturday in a forum that I frankly wasn't even prepared to talk about this issue. I went to a drag show on Saturday, and folks wanted to talk about the Israel-Hamas conflict, right? Everyone, I think, everywhere is talking about this issue. Speaking to folks in the room and others listening, I hope that you continue to engage and not lose faith in your ability to make change at the local level. I understand and I get that this process can sometimes feel disheartening, but I truly do hope that you continue to be involved. I'll just end with a restatement that I come at this with the value of the sanctity of human life, and I hope that we can share that value with our congressional delegation, which I believe is an appropriate thing for us to do, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. A lot of good comments tonight. I will say I'm glad we're having this debate. I think that was a mistake we made last Tuesday. We owed this time, and I'm glad we're rectifying that. I think everyone on this dais is for peace, and everyone's for stopping any loss of life, foreign or domestic. As members Alagel said, this is a very complex issue. It's a world away. I personally feel incredibly inept and unequipped to even consider this issue because I know there's deep-rooted nuances here. I still stand by that this is not a municipal issue. This is not an issue for us to take on. And I'm also, I think personally just concerned with, I think if the roles were reversed and how the conflict is going, I don't think this would be before us. I don't see I stand with Israel signs. I don't see, I've seen some of the posts. I've seen some of the posts that were made around October 7th that were supportive, encouraging of the slaughter that took place at that time. Okay?
Madam, please come to order.
Agreed.
You've been warned.
Agreed. It is a very difficult issue that, again, I'm not equipped to handle. Because I don't understand the nuances that have been going on in that part of the world. It's not on my radar on a daily basis.
Please come to order. This is not a discussion between the room and the dais.
So again,
Security.
I'm glad we're having the debate, but I'm not sure, again, this is a municipal issue. Thank you.
Mr. Terrell.
Firstly, I would like to particularly shout out everyone in the crowd who has sit respectfully, brought the signs, used their body as their vote. This issue is a complex one, and you all are the reason for it being here today. This issue, the question of why does it matter has been brought up a lot. What can we do? I think this resolution is deeply symbolic and an issue that our community obviously feels very strongly about. And while it is a very complex issue, it is a very simple message, and that is to call for a ceasefire. I would like to mention, though, this energy is a good one. Bring it elsewhere, and thank you all for being here.
Next, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Rivera's points about keeping the debate brief. When we voted on this last week, there were several amendments that were on the table. Looking at those at that time, I really did not have confidence that this would have a good outcome, regardless of what that outcome was, and that it would not resolve the conflict in our community, and that continues to be clear to me. But when it was brought back again, as was promised, it is clear now that the most practical way forward, as Mr. Solt says, is to really hash this out on the record as we're doing now. I'm still not confident that if this passes, it will have the impact that's intended, but I do have some hopes that I want to share with the room, things to think about. First is reflecting on effective organizing, defining your goal. When you define the goal as asking the Assembly to pass a resolution, it really forces all of the issue into a binary choice that your move is really to put pressure on us. So what I would encourage is thinking more broadly about the goal, and I am happy to continue talking about that. Elevating community voices, continuing dialogue. As others have said, there's other forums that this issue can be addressed and elevated and more people be engaged. But right now, it is really forced into this binary choice with this resolution and whatever it ends up looking like as it's been amended. The other thing about organizing is really thinking about the long game and building the relationships. So I think what we've seen is probably a lot of us in the room have the same values. Because it's all been forced into this one issue, that isn't always clear. But really, the long game with organizing is building your allies, maintaining your allies, and that includes elected officials. So I would encourage thinking about that, and I would certainly like to continue that dialogue as an ally. And then lastly, again, it's really focusing your energy and focusing other people's energy where they can have the most impact. And so again, we may have differences of opinion on that. I do firmly believe, and why I'm in this seat right now and everything I've done up to this point is because I believe that working on things locally has the most impact. And again, that is not to negate the importance of or the seriousness of what is happening across the world, but it is also a fact that we have limited spheres of influence, and the closer we are to an issue, the more impact we can have, direct material impact in this community. And so I will make this offer, the same one that I made to Mr. King in our meeting on Saturday. I would love to sit down with folks, and I'm sure other members would as well, to help you better understand the process so that you can utilize it to have your voice heard, not just on this issue, but on other issues. We have issues of homelessness and housing. We have issues coming up about camp abatement and the humane treatment of people sleeping outside. There will be a lot of issues, and there will continue to be in this community that I believe are also worthy of having a debate and having engagement about what is the humanitarian thing to do. So I will leave it there, but as I said, I don't believe this is the end of the conversation, and it is unfortunate that it has been so narrowly defined into a yes or no, but there is a lot more that can be said and a lot of other work that we can do in the community. Thank you.
Next, I have Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief since most of this has already been said. I also support the goal of achieving a lasting peace in Palestine and Israel. And I also, like many of my colleagues up here, struggle with how to respond or how to vote on the resolution before us. I do feel confident, you know, looking at, I think, a number of decent folks who have come out in support of this, that passing it would provide some measure of comfort. I don't dismiss that. But I also acknowledge the fact that it will carry with it some harms. This will stoke fear amongst the community who I think has already been targeted. And frankly, whatever course of action we have, I think we have to confront those trade-offs. There is some good that will come of this and some bad that will come of this, whichever path we take. And I think that's just the nature of the thing. But I would not pretend that there is a simple solution which doesn't carry trade-offs with it. I think for me, you know, and this has been stated by some of the members already, it's important to recognize what our fundamental role is as the Anchorage Assembly, as the local legislative body. We elect leaders, we, the people of Alaska and Anchorage, to the federal government to represent us in foreign policy matters. That's their job, and I hope that you're also engaging with them because they're the ones who are in a position to affect change. But the work we do here at the local level, as members have pointed out, I think Member Zalatel spoke on it very eloquently, it is difficult and it is impactful, and it consumes a lot of our time and energy. And it is a place where we can and do need to make a difference. I worry when we start to create this expectation that we as an assembly, as a body, will take a position on matters of national or international significance, because frankly, our ability to have an effect beyond providing some measure of comfort is very limited. And I worry about what happens if we continue down that path, when we look at so many of these national issues and the partisanship that has brought all but complete gridlock to the federal government. And the more we bring that into our local government, the more I think it affects our ability to do the job that we were brought here to do. So I will say for my part, I'm not sure how to vote on this, but I will just say to my colleagues that we should be worried about creating this expectation that this is the role of the Assembly to weigh in, because when our local elections become referendums on national and international issues, it will come at a cost to our ability to do the job that Anchorage needs us to be focused on.
I'm going to, you're seating the floor? I'm going to go with the queue as it is right now, Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I think almost everything has been said. I really appreciate Anna's thoughtful review of how we really need to take the time outside of this meeting and make sure that all of you still stay engaged in city government. This is amazing to have so many of you here, and that's why I took it on to start with, is that the stay in your lane thing is one thing, but I think my lane is to listen to my constituents. And my constituents were hurting, and we brought this forward. Admittedly, this is super complex. And all I can say with certainty is that a ceasefire needs to happen. But what I more want to say to all of you is the only reason that I am sitting up here is because nobody else wanted to run. And so it's a tough job, and I ran because I really believe that I could make a difference for the East Side, which I care more about than most anything else. The East Side is where I grew up and where I still live, where I taught, and I hope that I'm still hearing about issues that are coming up from all of you. I'm hoping I'm getting 200 emails about homeless camp abatement and all of these other issues. But more than that, I want you to really take away from this that you get educated on the issues, you run for office, you make sure, well, maybe probably not that order, you get educated on the issues, you make sure you're registered to vote, you vote, that's your superpower. You vote. We have a mayoral election coming up, we have a presidential election, these are huge. And if you have a possibility that there's a friend that's not registered, that you're making sure that happens. And then lastly, run for office. We will support you in that, and it's really important that new, fresh ideas are coming forward. And from the emails I read from many of you, you are the new, fresh ideas. And this is really, I hope this doesn't make this issue sound like I'm simplifying it, but as a teacher, I could not resist the poem by Robert Fulghum that said, all we really needed to know about how to live and how to be, we learned in kindergarten. Wisdom was not learned at the top of the graduate school mountain, but there at the sandpile of recess. We learned to share, play fair, and don't hurt anybody. Put things back where you found them, clean up your mess, don't take things that aren't yours, and say you're sorry when you hurt somebody. And we have a long ways to go on that, but I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Ms. Salatone.
Thank you. So I've listened to the debate, and I don't think this is the forum for this conversation. Those in this room want to have a conversation. They want to engage. And a resolution is not a point of engagement that is a back and forth and a conversation and a dialogue with this body. It's just not how our rules work. It is very dissatisfying that it's not that way, but that's the reality of what it is. There are opportunities, and some members have done this before. You can hold a town hall, you can host community conversations, and all of those venues allow for the exchange of ideas back and forth beyond the 12 members up here. And honestly, I think that is what I am hearing is what is desired and what is requested. And that ultimately leads to a deeper understanding of the issues from multiple perspectives. Simply getting a piece of paper and some written amendments and working through all these documents doesn't do that. So beyond just being an issue I don't think we should weigh in on because we are not foreign policy experts, and we've already passed a resolution condemning political violence, and I don't think this is the forum. I will be voting no. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-4 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the resolution AR 2024-87 S1 as amended. I'm sorry, let me say that again. On a vote of 8-4 and the youth member votes yes, AR 2024-87 S as amended has passed the body. That concludes our consent agenda, and we'll now take our regularly scheduled break. Claire, can you hear us back there?
There, we got his attention.
All right, we're going to get back on the record. Are we streaming? Thank you. Next, we have item 13A. Item 13A is AO 2024-20, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 8.05.015, 8.10.010, and 11.70.030 to expand and clearly define legal protections for public transit workers. The public hearing on this item was opened on the 27th. It is continued to the meeting tonight. The public hearing is now open. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the S version, Chair.
Second.
The S version has been moved by Mr. Martinez and seconded by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is an important piece of legislation that begins to protect our transit workers. And I just wanted to say thank you to the administration and to Director Jamie Acton, who when I first got on this body, we had this conversation about bringing something in the first quarter of 2024 to bring substantial protections to our transit workers. And I want to thank the director for that leadership. And this particular item is doing something very important. First of all, thank you to the transit workers. You're frontline employees who help our city continue to keep moving. We may not have the most robust transit network yet, but we will get there. And part of that starts off with making sure that our buses are safe, not only for the riders, but for the operators, and making sure that our public transportation system protects those operators. This is also, Chair, about making sure that we're sending the message to our workforce that we have your back, that when you're on the front line and you are experiencing challenges, we hear you, we see you. And so it's a privilege for me to be able to work with the law department, work with my colleagues to bring, with the chair, to bring this particular item forward as a step toward bringing our public transportation system into a space where we, as the public, can believe it is a safe and a viable option and a transportation alternative to our vehicles. I want to again thank the prosecutor, specifically the municipal prosecutor, for working with the Assembly Council on bringing this forward. And then lastly, Chair, I want to thank my son, who is 15 years old, and he asked me in the summertime about young people using the buses and how come more young people don't use the buses. He recognized that his bus passes, his school ID is a bus pass. And I also want to shout out that all municipal employees, your municipal ID is a bus pass. And so we have access. It's a benefit to use these buses. But this particular item, Chair, is going to really send a message that we have our employees' backs, but more importantly, that we are taking the safety of our riders and the public transportation system very seriously. Thank you, Chair. I encourage a yes vote on this.
Thank you. In the queue, I have Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really appreciate my colleagues for bringing this item forward. You know, I didn't realize that there was a weakness in our code when it came to protection of, frankly, all of our employees. I just maybe wrongly assumed that if you assaulted a public employee, and in particular a public employee at the front lines, that would have an aggravator added onto it, as this ordinance seeks to do in our penal code. But I was wrong in that assumption. Currently, the only classes that get that aggravator are police officers, firefighters, paramedics, or animal control officers, as I read this. So I think it's worthwhile to add public transit workers and, perhaps in the future take maybe a broader look at this, but that's not what this ordinance does. As I understand it, Director Acton is traveling, so I'll just state a question to the administration, to Manager Colhase, and perhaps someone can answer this offline, or I don't know if someone's on the phone from public transit. But to whoever can respond, do we have a sense of the numbers? And I don't need the numbers in terms of the argument for passing this. I think the argument for passing this is independent of the numbers. But I do remember that some years ago, the numbers of assaults for particularly public transit workers was relatively high. There was a high number of assaults, and that led to, I think in some internal surveys that they did, the number one thing that public transit employees wanted was more security and safety on buses, which led to hiring security for buses and all of this work now culminating into this effort. So does someone have that sense of the assaults and what that trend looks like?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, first of all, I would say thank you to Mr. Martinez and for your comments as well, Mr. Rivera, for the support of this. Director Acton is enjoying a well-deserved day off, and I don't know if Wes Renfrew is on. Mr. Renfrew, are you available to speak to this question? And if not, we'll get you that answer offline, Mr. Rivera.
Great. Then, yeah, it sounds like offline is fine. I will urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I also appreciate this being brought forward by the sponsors. I do have a question, though, and a hesitation in part of it. So I didn't draft an amendment, but I really wanted to have a conversation about it. So I'll point to two places. The first is, and it was in the original version, it's in the S version on the last page, not quite the last page. Anyway, there's two provisions. One says that there would be a 1-year automatic ban, this is in the original version, on using the transit system. And then there's a second one that says, essentially gives administrative penalties to the department from a warning letter to a lifetime ban. And so again, I understand the seriousness of this. Certainly we do need to protect our transit workers, but I also really take seriously when we increase penalties. And so the question I have for the sponsors is, have you talked with transit about how that ban would work and how that would be enforced? And the reason I bring it up is because I'm imagining in practicality, I was on a bus a couple months ago and there was, luckily it did not escalate, but there was a person who would not listen to the driver, maybe was intoxicated, there was a couple things going on. So the driver had to stop the bus, walk to the back, and then luckily again, the person backed down. They did not escalate the situation. The driver was trying to say, please, you need to pay your fare. Anyway, just to say, any kind of interaction like that is going to happen essentially at a bus stop or on a bus. And so what I worry about is one, how this enforcement will work with this ban, and then does that really put the driver in a difficult position at the point that so they're picking somebody up? How would they know whether they can, whether or not that person is allowed to be on the bus if they've already paid their fare, questions like that. That's one set of questions. And the other one I just want to raise is the civil liberties implications of the lifetime ban, because it says things like at bus stops and other transit facilities. So again, I am not suggesting that we should let everybody ride the bus if they are harmful to workers, but also I just want to be really careful proceeding with something like that. And so I just wonder if that's been a conversation. Thanks.
Chair, if I may respond?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
So
yes, first, with respect to the operational parts of the question, I am not well-versed in the way bans are currently utilized, but I know that they are. But with specificity to the nature of a ban, this was specifically asked for by the transit operators themselves, specifically the Teamsters who represent the bargaining unit of these folks as well. And subsequently by the administration. I think the nature of this is specifically with respect to Section C, the automatic ban is as a potential result of a conviction of assault on one of the transit workers. And so they did ask for more strength in that particular category, following best practices that they've identified. But operationally, I think that that's a great question for People Mover in terms of how they actually implement those procedures. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Member Martinez's answers, and I do appreciate the co-sponsors bringing this forward. I wonder if, I guess my question for the co-sponsors would be, was there any conversation around, so in Section B there, penalties ranging from a written warning letter to a lifetime ban, and it sounds like the policy would be created by the department. Was there any conversation or thought around having the department publish the policy and that be subject to approval by the Assembly?
If I may, Chair?
Go ahead.
No, we hadn't had the conversation of subsequent approval.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Martinez, you're back in the queue.
No, Chair.
All right, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. So subsection B gives me a lot of pause about a lifetime ban. And it's actually ranging from a warning letter to a lifetime ban because it covers all 18 conditions in .030A. And some of these just frankly would never warrant a lifetime ban, such as playing your radio without headphones, or I'm sorry, your phone on speakerphone. That I think it's ripe for abuse, to be quite frank. A writer that maybe gives a bus driver a hard time, right? They shouldn't be doing that, but then now they've engaged in one of these infractions, and if the process is opaque and not clear and transparent, subject to appeal, right? This doesn't provide any of that. Whereas C is much clearer, like, right, you do this very narrow thing as defined in and only upon conviction, you are now banned. And so I don't know that, and right now, in code under the original version of 11.70.030, prohibitive acts, the next section, 040, is followed by penalties. And so there are already penalties associated with nearly up through 16 in 030A, and they're all fines. And so to escalate a number of those to the idea of a lifetime ban and even make that a possibility really gives me pause. And I'm actually surprised that there wasn't some kind of amendment, concurrent amendment to the 040 section, which is the penalties section, where we could have gotten a lot more clear on that. So right now, I would be more comfortable, and I'm probably going to move this, removing Section B with the request that you go look at 040 and refine the penalties box. Quite frankly, there's a penalty box, and indicate what would constitute what for possible, or a range, because I'm not comfortable with this right now. But I will give, if it's okay with the chair, the sponsor a chance to talk about, so the question of the sponsor is, did you look at refining the penalty box and being more specific about kind of the gradation of what could be subject to what, other than just giving carte blanche authority over to the transit department?
May I respond, Chair? Thank you. Thank you, Member Zalta, for raising that point. The S version was brought by Director Acton, and so perhaps it's a great opportunity to postpone, to have a further conversation with PTD staff around those particular nuances that you've raised.
So, do you mind? So would that be the sponsor's preference to postpone a meeting to take that up and consider the penalty box piece of it? Or would you just, or would you prefer amendment?
I think postponing would be best so that we can have the opportunity to meet with Director Acton and work it out.
Okay, so that is my intent for that particular issue raised, but I see there are a number of other people in the queue. Okay, I move to postpone to the meeting of March 19th.
Second.
So a motion to postpone to the meeting of March 19th made by Ms. Salto, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to discuss? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone.
Member Perez Verdilla.
He's excused for the rest of the meeting, I'm sorry. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes, the item has been postponed to the meeting of March 19th. Thank you. Next, we have one of the signature items of our agenda. Item 13B, AO 2023-110, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter for licensing and regulation of short-term rental operations in the municipality. Thank you. So this item was continued from the meeting of December 5th, the meeting of January 23rd, and again the meeting of February 27th. And I don't know if there's a motion pending. And there isn't. We're in public hearings, continue public hearings. So the public hearing on this item is continued, now open. Anyone who hasn't spoken before wish to come up and speak on this item. The mic is off, so there's a green tape. You just press that button, or blue. There you go, it's on. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Billy Henthorn. I'm with PSL Anchorage, Party for Socialism Liberation, if you guys don't know what it means. I just wanted to say, we all in PSL, I think we support this amendment, or this bill, whatever. I can't talk right now, sorry, long day. We support where it's going. I think it's a solid first step in making housing for all a tangible thing in Anchorage. We in PSL believe that everybody has the right to housing, and seeing the amount of short-term rentals in the city conflated with, the amount of housing that is needed, I think this is a good step to potentially rectifying that. Of course, like I said, first step. There's a lot more that we would like to see, and hopefully, I think we'll get that soon. If we don't act promptly doing this kind of thing, we're going to come to the point where it's winter again. People are going to be freezing in the street. And this is a cyclical thing that happens every year from what I understand about Anchorage. I've only been lived here for a few years, but every year I see us trying to scramble to figure out what we're going to do with people this year. And I think it needs to be a multi-pronged solution. There's not any one thing that's going to solve the housing crisis in Anchorage, but a combination of many different steps and implementations that I think will work. So I just wanted to say that we do support this. It's a good first step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Come forward. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dawn, and I am from South Anchorage area. Yep, and I lost it. Sorry, just a moment. I put my finger on it and it went away. Airbnbs are not the problem here. I have used Airbnbs in Maine, Ohio, Florida, Phoenix, France, Africa, Hawaii, and Washington, and a few more. I also have an Airbnb that is right next door to my house. It is helping our community, the street, and they keep their house, the property up very well, better than they did when they lived there. At times I am able to talk with the guest in the driveway, having a very pleasant conversation as we found out information about each other. The economic benefits for short-term rentals can inject tourism dollars into the local economies, hosting guests often spend these earnings locally also, benefiting businesses like restaurants, shops, and attractions. Additional income for homeowners hosting can provide homeowners with extra income, helping them cover their mortgage payments and property taxes and maintenance costs. It's a win-win for their situation. Our family has used larger homes at times in other states where we could all be together, play games, eat together, and not having to go from one room to another as in a hotel. It's also more economical. We'd break down the funds for all of us. It is not necessary to interfere with these Airbnbs because hotels are pressuring you to do so. They don't need more taxes, ridiculous rules, unnecessary interference hitting the market for the fat city benefits. Oh my, we can't let someone to make $1. People are looking to escape from their everyday homes for a holiday and will look to vacation rentals as an inexpensive alternative to a hotel. Let's talk about the group homes which are all over our communities. I would rather live by an Airbnb any day. Group homes use anchor rides and they are always in your neighborhood daily. I know because I have seen it with my own eyes. While riding the bus myself, I am very surprised how many group homes there are in this community, and the homes make high dollars. They pile people in their homes way above the limits, and I know that for a fact. I'm a double amputee, so I can't drive, so I have used this system. And they depreciate the homes around them. The title Airbnb was born in 2007, 17 years ago, from two guys in San Francisco.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Your time has
Anyhow,
expired.
thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes on the item above.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Gachapin. I am from the east side of Anchorage. Have lived there, but also have lived all over Anchorage for the last about 6 years. I am speaking for myself and also as a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation Anchorage, as you all know. We definitely are for regulating the short-term rentals here in the municipality for several reasons. Mainly because of the cost of housing just in general right now as a renter is incredibly high. We have a shortage of housing. That's not news or should not be news to any of you all. Opening up the short-term housing market to actually be long-term housing market could fix a lot of the issues that we have. I think if we actually all thought about that for a minute, it's kind of common sense. A couple years back, I actually did meet with Dr. John Morris, who was the homeless coordinator for Mayor Bronson when he first started, and we had a presentation with him, and some of these things are like what we kind of went over, and this included, regulating short-term housing, licensing them, things of that nature. So I am happy to see that it's actually being considered, even though it may be 2 or 3 years later down the line. And, I don't know if Bronson's administration even brought this up in the first place. But, yeah, I think that this is something that we really need to consider. I know that myself personally, as a professional who is a middle-class professional, has had to move several times in the last 6 years due to the rising cost of rentals. Lucky enough, we were able to buy a home just recently, and that was by luck that it was able to happen, but most people are not that lucky. We need to be thinking about the community we live in, the children that are graduating here in the next few years, and where they're going to live. The shortage of housing right now affects the homeless population that we currently have, and it also affects our youth and the ability for them to even stay in this state. That's all.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ayana Sims. I'm from South Anchorage. Last week after I left the assembly meeting, I went down between 36th Avenue and International. And in between there was a total of 18 hotels. And majority of those hotels are owned by Marriott and the Hilton. And I look at that and I say, why is those empty spots even still probably going to be developed for hotels, not being developed for low-income housing? I worked hard as a single parent of 3 children to purchase my multifamily home in 2003. Purchasing my property was basically an American dream. I could do it. I would be the only person in my family to be able to do that. It was an opportunity for me to show my children that we didn't have to be a statistic. I purchased for independence and freedom to do with my property as I wish. When I read this ordinance, it made it clear to me that my right to do with my property that I pay mortgage on and taxes does not allow me the freedom that I thought it did. My property, when I bought it because I would have my own private property. I rented for many years. I rented from landlords that were slumlords. I've rented from landlords that didn't come fix things or didn't care about their tenants, okay? When I rent my property, I care about all my tenants. I did and still do long-term tenants in my property, but I had more disruptions to the community by long-term tenants than I ever have since doing short-term renters in 2022. I love short-term renters, and it's not because of the money. I love it because of the smile that I get from my guests, the comments that they give. I don't have any disruptions. There's been no DV, not that there couldn't be, but I haven't had it, and I know that it does happen. You know, I have many guests thank me because they called to get a hotel downtown. It was $500 a night. I don't charge $500 a night. Could I charge a lot more in the summer? I could, but I don't, because I love what I do. And I don't think it's bad in the community because I'm also still housing long-term tenants along with short-term tenants. And that's all that I have. I think it's bad, and I don't think we should be given all the fines. I have a business license. I pay my taxes. I do it all.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Coulter.
Lift that mic up if you don't mind, so it'll put up the mic. There you go. Thanks.
My name's Coulter. I'm from East Anchorage. I'm a veteran and a landlord. Just wanted to say quickly, I think it's a little ridiculous to be increasing the hardship on landlords and increasing their costs when we've put up all the initial investment, we shoulder all the risk. I think the answer here is to reduce the cost on building new housing and developers, reducing regulation on them, whatever can be done there, rather than implement licensing and fees, and you got fines listed. I don't know, from my end, it doesn't seem like the starting point for this problem. Thanks, that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Short, and I own several rentals. And I'm also a veteran, which I'm sure many of you know. You guys are pricing me out of my home. I'm raising a small child. I'm a single parent, and I pay my taxes. $30,000 my house value went up last year and this year. And I've looked at certain people's commercial properties, and one in particular went up 1 penny. That's their commercial property. I'm a veteran. You can't give me a break and then turn around and slap me with a fine. I do rentals so I can make repairs on my house. I went 2 months without heat because I couldn't afford a boiler. And now I rent to traveling nurses on a regular basis. I rotate them through. It's 13 weeks. That's a short-term thing. And the reason I do it is because I want to give back to those nurses. I give them affordable housing so we have good medical care in the community. You're going to penalize us once again while you let the homeless and the addicts skate free while they're pooping and peeing in our public places. And I'm really disappointed. extremely disappointed. It is so hard to get somebody to come out and look at the fact that my property hasn't changed. I've got a house that was built in the 1960s and the roof is caving in. Does anybody know how much a roof is? $20,000 minimum. And I can't afford a $400 fee plus an extra fine to line your pockets while tents are camping and pooping in my backyard. My Airbnb clients are much cleaner and neater than these people. You're worried about noise and disruption from an Airbnb client? They're so minimal compared to the homeless problem and the drug problem that you guys have allowed to persist. So, shame on you, again. And now I'm going to finish Dawn's statement because she didn't get to. Her grandmother had a guest frequently sleep at her house. She didn't know how many, but it was called hospitality. It was a kind way to treat people and to get back to basic community and forget how much money the city would benefit just to give some housing. A person uses their heart and hard work to reach people. It's called human connection. Use common sense and quit using people as a money rag you try to squeeze out a penny from. This is our money that you're working with, and I think that a lot of people are disappointed in the way that hotels service them. Or maybe they don't want to be around people because they need to work and they're quiet. They need quiet, home, family type environments.
All right, thank you. Welcome, please. State your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have three. You're speaking on behalf of the council.
Please,
All
yeah.
right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hold on. There you go, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Mike Edgington from Girdwood, and I'm speaking on behalf of Girdwood Board of Supervisors. We had a couple of resolutions, which I think one of them was just distributed, and the other came out a couple of meetings ago. First of all, I'd like to say I appreciate the work that's gone into this ordinance. It's a difficult balance, as we've heard so far this evening. On another night, I might have compared it to making peace in the Middle East, but that seems inappropriate at the moment. It's unfortunate that we keep hearing these kind of reductive, are short-term rentals good or bad? They can be both. They can be both simultaneously. It's not really about what's good or bad. It's about impact both locally and more broadly within the community. We've been waiting several years. I think this particular ordinance has been about 2 years in the making. And I think it's a good solution for a community that's beginning to face issues with short-term rentals. But obviously, we're a borough, so this applies across the whole borough, and we have at least one community, the one I represent, where this problem has been acute for many years. And I think our general position is that this is a first step, but not adequate to deal with the pressing issues we have in our community, and I'm going to go into some detail. One quick comment before that about the issue of data. This has been stated as the primary purpose is to gather data. Unlike most public policy issues, short-term rentals have, most of the data is sitting out there in public for people to look at. There are many organizations and commercial entities which provide that data, distill them and provide them, as we saw in the work session on this very ordinance. So let's not use the collection of data as an excuse not to do the things we need in our community for a long period of time. And let's not delay the implementation of this ordinance either by 8 months, a year, or whatever. It's ready. It's almost ready now. So in our earlier resolution, which you got a couple of meetings ago, we identified 4 areas for short-term rental regulations that would be needed to be effective in Girdwood. One is dealing with impact on immediate neighbors. I think this actually is a great start for that. The second one was acknowledging the need for short-term rentals, their contribution to local economic value, but the distinction between when they're an accessory use to an existing residential home that people are living in versus the relatively large number of purely commercial, basically hotels or inns, which are operating within our community where nobody lives there permanently. It's only being used for short-term rental. Our third issue was to encourage
long-term rentals to provide some incentives, hopefully, in the process. And the fourth one was to provide some funding sources for mitigation for the harms which short-term rentals cause in communities with high densities of short-term rentals. I think this addresses the first one, some of the second and third, and obviously it's explicitly avoiding the fourth, the funding. Just a quick thing about scale. I think overall, municipality has maybe 1.5% to 2% of housing units involved in short-term rental, and Girdwood has about 20%. I think, again, in the work session, it was obvious the different scale of issues within Girdwood. I think there was one assembly member expressed some surprise that a particular unit was only bringing in $26,000 a year, and then the presenter pointed out that was per month. It was $26,000 a month, not per year. There are some very expensive and very big commercial uses. We also have a document in front of you now, which was asking for some specific amendments for the S1 version, or for the S version as we had at the time. And I'm pleased to say that the first one has been implemented within the whereases. One of them was to provide some geographic distribution for the taxes coming from short-term rentals. Thank you. The second one was a concern around self-certification for land use. I don't know if anyone's seen Title 21 when printed out, but it's a very thick doorstep of a book. I studied it, I couldn't self-certify that I meet all the requirements. I think if we have any Girdwood specific, we'll probably be using land use to help solve the problems we have locally. So I think beyond self-certification. The third one was better incentives for year-round long-term rentals. As it's currently structured, it's per unit. That mitigates against long-term rentals. And the fourth one was the option of higher license fees in areas which have high densities of short-term rental, which again would help mitigate against the cost and other things of short-term rentals. One last comment I'd like to make, just from a personal point of view. One of the previous speakers said they had one short-term rental next to them. I have one short-term rental next to me. I have 120 that are currently listed today within 1,500 feet of my house. Different scale. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, Ms. Short, you've already spoken on this item. I understand we're still in our public hearing and we don't really receive questions like this across the dais. But if you want, you can share your question in writing to the clerk who can distribute it to the members. But can we please call Mr. Lamb? Good evening, Mr. Lamb. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're hearing AO 2023-110 S1, the short-term rental ordinance. You signed up for public testimony.
Yes.
You'll have 3 minutes, please.
Starting now?
Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Leonard Lamb. I'm an operator of bed and breakfast in Anchorage, Alaska. The only opposition I have to 2023-110 is that it doesn't have the requirement that owner occupancy. If we don't have that, this just opens neighborhoods up to corporations being handled as far as Singapore, Hong Kong, China, wherever. And I'm opposed to any changes that doesn't require that owner occupancy be required for a short-term rental. It's necessary to protect the neighborhoods. The question is, are we going to allow Airbnb to manage our neighborhoods, or is Anchorage going to manage Airbnb? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Next, can we please call Ms. O'Connor?
Hi, this is Joyce. Please leave a message.
Try it in a minute. Let's go to the third one, Jesse Knight.
this is Jesse Knight with Beautiful.
Let's try one more time, Ms. O'Connor.
Hello, this is Joyce O'Connor.
Hey,
Hello.
good evening, Joyce. Chris Constant here.
Hello, this is Joyce O'Connor.
Yep, this is the Anchorage Assembly. Hold on one sec, Joyce.
Thank you.
Can you turn off your phone or mute your, not your phone, mute your TV?
I will.
Thank you.
Yes. It's muted.
All right, perfect. So, sorry it's taken us so long to get to you. You've been on the list for a few meetings. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Beginning now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this proposed legislation. It seems that there are two separate goals of this proposed ordinance. One is to collect data to find the short-term rentals in Anchorage in order to determine their impact on the housing shortage. The second goal is the enforcement of rules and regulations on this small population. I have 3 points which I want to address as questions. The first regards the collection of data. My first question is, how does the collection of data relate to the goal of solving the housing shortage? I think this question needs to be answered in order to form the type of data you are collecting. Is it ultimately to regulate who receives permits? Is your goal that homeowners will switch from renting out their homes short-term to long-term because you feel the fees and the restrictions you are imposing on this small group? That is interfering with the home ownership determination. The second issue relates to the enforcement of rules and regulations. Developing these rules assumes that you have already determined the problems before collecting the data. And so my second question, is there a problem to begin with? Has there been an overwhelming number of complaints from homeowners, from Anchorage neighborhoods, from guests that has initiated the enforcement and that will require creating an entire bureaucracy to address it? The third issue relates to the question of fairness. Unique to this business of short-term rentals are the taxes that are paid to the municipality from the STR platforms. 12% of the total rental goes to the municipality. This is a tax. This is not a tax that apartment owners pay or long-term single-family home rentals pay. This is a substantial amount of money, and my question is, what is the total amount the municipality receives each year, and what are these funds being used for? Can your data collection and your enforcement come from this source? Instead, this proposal is singling out a very separate group of homeowners to pay an additional annual tax of $200 to $400. And this fee, if it is used for the purpose of enforcement, should then apply to all renters. I hope I will be able to get the answers to this question. I think that this is a very important part of our tourism industry that meets a very unique need, and it should not be penalized. Thank you.
Right on time. Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Let's try Mr. Knight one more time.
Hi, this is Jesse Knight with Beautiful.
Thank you. So anyone else wish to be heard on the short-term rental ordinance? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the S1 version.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salt, the S1, seconded by Ms. Saltel. Mr. Salt.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully everyone has read the S1 version and is clear on what it does and what it does not do. It is dramatically different than the original version that was proposed.
I feel pretty good about the AO. It's been changed dramatically based on feedback from short-term rental operators, which I own two, not in this state. So full disclosure. So let's remind ourselves of the goals. So one, we're trying to gather data.
Hold on one
Yes.
second, Mr. Salt. I'm just going to go through the performance process now. You've made a disclosure that you have short-term rentals out of state. I'm going to rule that you do not have a conflict.
Okay.
If anyone wishes to object to that, then speak now. Okay, there is no conflict.
Okay, thank you. So let's remind ourselves of the goals. So we are trying to gather data that we cannot get because Airbnb, VRBO will not share with us, and they have told us that. Sure, we can see if a site is rented or not from the platforms that have been mentioned, but we can't see how many days, things like that. So more of the detail. We're also trying to provide additional protections for the owner, for the renter, and the neighbors. The platforms do a really good job of weeding out bad owners and renters. However, the neighbor doesn't really have a way to input into this process, and I'll call it the hot tub party dilemma, where the renter has a hot tub party, loves it, the owner gets paid, loves it, the neighbor didn't sleep and has no recourse. Sure, they can call APD for a noise violation, and APD will show up 2 weeks later. Okay, so what this AO does is give the municipality a larger stick by enforcing existing codes. It doesn't put any new codes in place. Everyone gets a license if you rent for less than 30 days. If you rent for more than 30 days, you are not a short-term renter. We exempted the fee for anything less than 15 days. So if you wanted to rent out your house for a Fur-Rondi or Iditarod and make some money, no fee. If you rent long-term for greater than 180 days, that's to a single renter, and you do short-term rental, again, no fee. So we waived it. So a slight incentive to try to rent out your place longer. If you live on site, if you live in adjacent property, no fee. If you're deployed on military orders, no fee. The fee itself, we did come up with $200, but the goal is to cover the administration of the program. It's not a tax. So if over time we figure out that that's $50 to administer the program, the fee will adjust, okay? We didn't want to start off too low because we don't want to run into a deficit. If this body wants to waive the fee entirely and fund it another way, great. Again, it doesn't impose any restrictions. It only enforces what code has. Many of the requirements that are in there, garbage collection, insurance, smoke detectors, you should have already. If you don't, you probably should call your insurance company. And I'll say also one of the rub point is we pulled back on the response time, made that 24 hours, and added a variety of methods as long as a response is made. And I think with that, we should probably move on to amendments. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Boland and I have a series of amendments that we intend to move, so we're going to do them in number order. So I move Brawley of Voland Amendment Number 1.
Second.
So there's a motion to amend made by Mrs. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland, and trying to figure out which one it is. All right, thank you. So, Mrs. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And just for folks tracking, it's the one that would remove food requirements. So the theme of our amendments is really thinking about kind of practicality and enforcement, as well as understanding short-term rentals get used in a variety of ways. So for this one, you know, we appreciate that there have been a lot of changes made to this ordinance, but this one is really saying no regular meals should be prepared or served, just really striking that. So we see that there's an exception proposed here that says you can have a welcome snack or other kind of cultural foods. We just felt like it would give more flexibility for owners to not have that specific provision, but we're also open for discussion why that's in there. Thank you.
Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and as the amendment points out, you know, I guess we just feel like it's a little bit overly prescriptive as currently drafted. You know, what if they want to stock a kitchen with ingredients? I know that's different than regular meals, but yeah, I don't know. I think this could get just a little tricky with they're able to provide some food, but not all food. I don't know. I just think it would be better to keep it simple. Thanks.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thanks. I appreciate the amendment. I think what it runs up against is the difference between a short-term rental and a bed and breakfast. A bed and breakfast actually serves a prepared meal and is subject to a lot of other regulation. And I think that was really the distinction we were trying to make there, that prepared meals shall be prepared for or served, right? Because that's the idea. And there's a whole health department segment of regulations for prepared food. And if we don't exempt that out, then if prepared food is served but it's not regulated, then we've kind of created an uneven playing field between two very similar types of businesses. That's why we were there. I see what you're trying to do. I'm trying to think about if we can finesse the language we have in a way that addresses your concern, but I think it's more that no regular meals shall be served to short-term guests by the owner or the owner's agents, right? Because a served meal is breakfast or like catered, which is that stuff that falls under the regulatory guidelines versus ones that shall be prepared. That's a little bit squishier, I think. And I appreciate Mr. Solt's welcome snack or sharing of cultural or local cuisine. I think that was just a really nice touch personally, but I get why maybe we don't want to put that in code. So.
Mr. Salt.
So I would just offer the suggestion that perhaps that's on page 11, we just eliminate item number 2, so you would no longer address it at all. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Mr. Volland.
Okay, so I hear Member Zolotel's point about sort of prepared meals and some, health code that can kind of go into that. I'm wondering if it would be, so okay, if you're sharing a welcome snack, like maybe you're doing a little basket of snacks, you have some salmon jerky or something, I don't know, that would be our local cuisine or what that would look like, but maybe it's about prepackaged foods versus prepared foods. Maybe you can share prepackaged foods. Maybe, I don't know if that could be a compromise in language. I'm just throwing that out there. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we have an amendment before us. No one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 7-4 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Next.
Thanks. I'd like to move Brawley-Volland Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. This one, and I see there's a typo at the top, it should be Brawley-Volland. The amendment is to remove the word reside, essentially, as we understand it, the intent of saying the responsible manager or the alternate needs to be physically present to respond to emergencies. I think that is a smart way to go. The issue was really with the word reside because it seems to imply that the person needs to be a resident of the municipality. So for example, if someone's got a short-term rental in Chugiak, it would be basically equidistant to drive from Matsu or to drive from South Anchorage, right, depending on traffic. And so the idea was really to state they're physically available. The amendment gives other examples, somebody who is not a resident but living here seasonally. There's other examples where in practical terms somebody could be hired to do this and fulfill the intent without being a resident. So that's the idea.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
that amendment has passed. Next amendment.
Thanks. Move Brawley-Voland Amendment Number 3.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and this one, we recognize that there was a change made in the S1 version, so we can have discussion. The idea with this is to define a more clear time frame for when this would take effect, with the idea that it's more certain for businesses, that we usher folks, no matter when when the clerk decides that it would not be during, the summer season when we anticipate that the most number of rentals are operating. So, and then it really gives that some certainty. But we also recognize that the S1 version has different language, so we're open to discussion on that as well.
Mr. Salt.
I just want to make sure that the clerk's office is okay with this since they helped craft this portion. And if there's no opinion, that's fine.
So I don't know that it's a great question to ask Ms. Akers. Puts her on the spot, not prepared. All right, anyone else on the question, Ms. Alatil?
Yeah, thank you. So we worked with the municipal licensing clerk on this to come up with the 120 days of passage. It's a reasonable amount of time for her to get all of the necessary pieces together. 120 days, after all of this time, it would be, that's 4 months. I guess I don't, a short-term rental is a short-term rental is a short-term rental. It's a short-term rental today, and it's a short-term rental on October 1st. And what we've also provided in the S1 is if you just aren't sure, right, and you can do a 1-year license or a 2-year license, I think there's quite a bit of flexibility built in. This just feels like shoving it down to October 1st, no earlier than, and then no later than next January. That's just putting it off potentially up to close to a year. And I think that undercuts the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here, which is to basically get this going. We've been having this conversation for over a year, and really, I think we're quite thoughtful. We also know that the licensing as proposed is not terribly onerous, and the clerk's office has a fairly, they're able to use the current system they have to adapt it to, the current system will handle this, no problem. So I just don't think the additional time is warranted. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. I think the main point, and it can be achieved through the S1, so I'm not saying that I strongly support this, is really providing certainty for folks who operate these. So I think that could take the form of the clerk simply publishing that date, giving ample time, and so I think it's just really important for business regulation to be certain. So, so if it's this amendment or not, I see that it's covered either way.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I think July 1 or January 1 is the most administratively effective date because it organizes around a very specific time frame, not just some randomly revolving or evolving time. And if the argument is a short-term rental is a short-term rental, I heard it described that a short-term rental is different if you're a deployed military. It's different if you are only doing 15 days a year. It's different if you're doing 30 days a year, and it's different if you're doing 6 months. And so it's kind of true that they're all the same, they're all in the business, but each of them is going to have some slightly different response to or process with the licensing. And so for me, some time is warranted. I'm not going to be strong on any of these at this point because I have my thoughts, but to me, an orderly time is like mid-year or end of year for the purposes of bookkeeping and organization. Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think what we were thinking is just, a lot of these are probably already booked. And so that's why we were kind of settling on October 1st is sort of to let, people who are operating these as a business know, hey, you're going to have to get in compliance and you're going to need to prepare for that. And, for me, I support the underlying ordinance. I just want to give a little bit of a, heads up to folks who, this is they see this as part of their investment portfolio, right? So, yeah, I guess I also don't feel super strongly about this. I'm going to vote in support of it, but fine with it going either way. Thanks.
I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Bronga?
In this case, she's just not here. On a vote of 3 to 7 and the youth member votes,
No.
no, the amendment fails. Next amendment.
Yeah, last one. So Brawley Amendment number 4, I'll move that.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. This is also just thinking about practicality and not just, how would this be enforced, but also what are the variety of places or guest experiences that people offer. So this is simply deleting the definition or requiring a definition for sleeping quarters for short-term rentals. Again, recognizing that we would hope people would offer beds, would offer, something that people would expect as far as a sleeping area, but that could be non-traditional things. So again, thinking how to simplify this and allow for different types of entrepreneurial expressions of this. Thanks.
If I might, it reads like it adds a section on trash service.
If I can clarify, I believe it's simply deleting number 6, and then it would make number 7 number 6, so it appears in there. So the intent is not to also include the trash.
Right, okay.
It's
So
not a change.
It's just marked improperly.
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. I just want to be clear that it's not doing something else. Thank you. So, okay, anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 7 to 4 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, that amendment has passed. We're now on the main motion. Mr. Cross, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been dying for this. I rarely do a prepared statement. Okay. First off, I appreciate that they're saying it's not a tax, it's a fee, but however, a tax is a compulsory contribution towards a state revenue or government levied by a government on workers' income, business profits, or added to the cost of goods and services and transactions. You don't have to call it a tax, but that perfectly fits the definition of a tax. This appears, I understand we want data, so I'm going to give you some data. I'm going to save you hundreds of thousands of dollars and another bureaucracy. Are you ready? We're now using more regulation to solve the problems caused by overregulation. See, short-term rentals saved countless homeowners who could not afford to keep their properties due to skyrocketing costs of living, again, due to regulations and interference. Let me explain why we've seen a major increase in short-term rentals in Anchorage over the last several years, starting right before COVID. When the response to COVID, one of the responses to COVID was a moratorium put on rental payments and freezes on evictions if a tenant, even if a tenant was working, had money to pay rent and was behaving badly, you could not evict them. Meanwhile, property owners were forced to house willfully negligent individuals. I know, I'm a landlord. Now remember the COVID cash? Remember when they sent all the money? None of that went to landlords. I will tell you as a landlord, it meant dumpsters full of flat screen TVs and Xbox boxes. Meanwhile, the tenants continued not to pay rent for months and months on end, while property owners were continued to require to pay all the taxes, utilities, maintenance, and insurance, and mortgage payments. We disincentivized long-term rentals significantly. Then after COVID, there was a workplace shortage. And that was due to an abundant unemployment benefits. Remember 99 weeks of unemployment? You didn't even have to try to get a job. They had so many people on unemployment. I had tenants, and I knew people who I offered them $25 an hour to sweep the parking lots. And they said, I would never work for $25 an hour. I get more money on unemployment. No thank you, Mr. Property Owner. I said, but you're not paying rent and you're not working. I'm offering you a job. And they said, no. It's better not to pay. I'm not paying you rent. You can't evict me. That disincentivizes, again, landlords. Then, due to the workplace shortage, did you know that hotels were operating at 20 to 30% vacancies because they couldn't get employees? So many large hotels drove up their vacancies, increased their nightly rates 20 to 30%. Okay? They weren't required to fill those vacancies with long-term rentals. They just increased the fees and pushed, and what did they do? They drove the market and created better incentive for short-term rentals. Again, regulation punished landlords, benefited big hotels, and then finally property owners are like, I can't afford this. I'm just going to go short-term rental. In fact, you may be surprised that to this day, the federal government under the CARES Act has never rescinded the requirement that you cannot evict a tenant. If you have an FHA or VA, a government loan, you cannot evict a tenant until they have not paid you for a full 30 days. They have to have not paid you for over a month before you can begin the eviction process, and then often it takes another month to get them out. Now, if we're requiring property owners 60 days in order to get out a non-paying tenant who may be abusing your unit or doing God knows what, again, we incentivize short-term rentals. All we're doing, listen, if you want less short-term rentals, it's simple. Let's keep doing what we've been doing, which is instead of more taxes, more fees, more obstacles, and a larger bureaucracy, why don't we just continue to streamline the building process, reform the zoning obstacles, and support newer construction, and let supply just steal the wind out of it. And another thing is require hotels, instead of running large vacancies when they have why are there no requirements on hotels to provide long-term housing? Just on landlord owners. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well said, Mr. Cross. I echo a lot of the same sentiments. I voted yes to the first two amendments because I had a feeling where this was going, and I thought those would make a bad regulation a little bit better. I certainly won't be supporting this, and I agree with everything Mr. Cross just said, but I wanted to add, I've been selling real estate, and I think everybody knows that, for the past 19 years. And as a realtor, duty and obligation is to protect private property rights. To me, this is stifling private property rights. The gal said earlier today she pays taxes, she maintains long and short-term rentals, and this is going to impact and impede her business and her ability to do so. So I would encourage a no vote on this, and thank you, Mr. Cross, for what you said.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. In a very fine example of the horseshoe theory, I'm going to say I join my peers from Eagle River, but not for the same reasons, for very different reasons. I'll start by saying, Mr. Cross, great talk, but we did, in fact, this body, when the federal government provided funding during the crisis, the COVID crisis, provided $10 million of rental relief that went directly to landlords. Not one dime went to an individual who didn't pay rent. It all went straight to the landlord. And so we took that call seriously and made sure it went where it needed to go, as opposed to allowing it to become more waste. So just as a point of fact, none of it went, at least in Anchorage, 10 million of it went to landlords. But for me, and I know that some of the things that I want to see out of a project like this, Mr. Cross wouldn't support. We've talked about it. It's the big brother part of it. It's the part where we get real data to understand what neighborhoods are being impacted, if any of them are being impacted in a manner that is so substantial that it warrants an intervention, and then to approach it in a manner that is as targeted as possible with as minimum kind of sideward regulation as needed to achieve the goal. I think Mr. Edgington from Eagle River suggested, no, we don't need more data, we've got data, let's get to the matter. But I think that for me, I want to see from a source that I believe is valid the actual data on what neighborhoods are paying this price, because as Ms. O'Connor said on the phone, there are a lot of people, she asked, are people calling? Is there some complaint? Yes. There are two neighborhoods in this town that are complaining loudly about short-term rentals. One of them is South Addition and one of them is Girdwood. And so I want to hear those concerns, but I want to back them up with data. And so for me, this is the cart before the horse. The engine and everything flying before you actually understand the physics of what you need to build. So I'm positive we're in the minority on this, but for me, I come to the same conclusion for very different reasons as my peers from Eagle River. Thank you. Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. So I know many communities are doing this and for this regulations on short-term rentals, and we're hearing that short-term rentals are out the roof, and I know Girdwood is a huge part of this problem. But I also want to speak for the person, I have a recreational cabin on Kenai River, and I don't want a long-term renter in it, because if I get a chance to escape Anchorage, I want to be able to drive down and hop in my cabin, and it's going to be there for me when I want to. And I know there are people in Girdwood who feel the same way. They ski on the weekends. You can't have a long-term renter in there and then have your vacation home available to you when you want to use it. The other thing is, someone asked on the phone how the bed tax is spent, and Visit Anchorage gets 1/3, Denina and the Performing Arts Center have maintenance for the other third, and then the final third, the Muni gets that property. And it's not chump change. We had the biggest year last year of all, and these people with short-term rentals are paying right into that 12% plus their property tax. And if they're on a platform, there's fees for that. And those platforms help to manage that property. You're not going to have a short-term rental that the yard is a disaster and the house is falling down and continue to get renters. It's a different story with long-term rentals. And I know we need more of them, but if you're suggesting regulations like this on the short-term rental group for quiet enjoyment of neighbors, I suggest you start looking at the long-term rental market. And the same kind of regulations could go to that. Is all the absentee landlords that are in this city that don't come when something's broken, that needs to get fixed. And if you're going to look just at short-term rental, I think it's short-sighted. And perhaps there could be some sort of rating system for long-term rentals like there are with the platforms with short-term rentals to help make sure that people know that some of these places are uninhabitable and they have terrible landlords. The other thing that I wanted to know, Mr. Constant just answered that he said there is some overwhelming evidence of problematic areas, and I just haven't heard of anyone who's contacted me on the east side to say that there's a short-term rental by me that's a disaster, but they regularly call me about long-term rentals. And then I also wanted to ask about Jack Bonney of Visit Anchorage. I mentioned before when I brought this up at one of the meetings, he's like, oh, I can run that data. It sounds like it's not something really difficult to run, so I'm wondering if you really need to charge this fee in order to collect data. And so maybe having a conversation with him first and seeing what Visit Anchorage has available to them that they could maybe share would be a good idea. And the last thing that I had an email from someone that she was supplementing her income, which a lot of people do. We actually have this room in our house that has been a long-term rental, but we have a lot of company coming. I'm not turning it into a short-term rental, but I know why people do that, so you have it. But the other thing is that some people just don't have the skills to manage a long-term rental, and it's just easier. They like chatting with those clients that are traveling, and it's fun for them. And anyway, I don't feel like it's a great idea to make this more onerous. Instead, let's try to get the data without an extra charge.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a really great point made during the public testimony about the starting point. What is the starting point for this work? And from my perspective, this ordinance is exactly that. This ordinance is the starting point of this work. There are a variety, in my opinion, this ordinance is full of a lot of carrots to try to get folks to have a balance of short-term rentals and long-term rentals. And we heard from folks today who have that balance already. I think we need to provide the carrots, the incentives for more landlords, more property owners to have that same balance. It was interesting, the fines kept getting brought up in the public testimony, and the fines are, as I look at them, there are 4 different fines. One of them is a violation of any provision of 10.90 not listed below. The first offense is a warning, so if you at least comply, you shouldn't face any fine. The second one is operating an STR unit without a license. Well, if we're going to license them, then you got to get a license. Advertising violation, and then the last one, I think is interesting, failure of responsible manager to respond to complaints or concerns. I think getting to something that Member Bronga stated, I can probably think of a lot of renters who would appreciate if that same kind of thing, failure of responsible manager to respond to complaints or concerns, also applied to long-term rentals, not just short-term rentals. But here's the thing. We aren't talking about long-term rentals right now. We're talking about short-term rentals. So maybe that's a future project that we should consider. Let's talk about the problem, because I think that's we need to have that front and center. And I'm actually, Member Brawley and I recently had a conversation with a housing agency, and they provided us some interesting charts and information. And one of them is statewide. So unfortunately, it isn't Anchorage specific or municipality specific, but statewide, it looks at vacation rentals and their growth and occupancy. And in the beginning of the year 2017, so January 1, 2017, there were 1,000 known vacation rentals. This goes to second quarter of 2023. So at the end of second quarter of 2023, there were a little bit over 7,000 known vacation rentals. We have an issue, and I think this is a good starting point for us to understand that issue better. I'll just close with this or proposition that was mentioned earlier. We can either increase regulations or we can try to decrease regulations. And I don't buy into that proposition. I believe that we can do both. We can look at regulations for a specific issue that we know exists in our community, short-term rentals, and we can continue to do what we can to reduce regulations on developers so that they can build more cheaply in the municipality. So that is why I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support this. I see this as modest regulation of a business use type. I want to talk a little bit about what I like in this, because when this conversation started, I had some concerns, and part of that was, I wanted to make sure that it would be evenly applied. One thing I did not want to see was certain properties be grandfathered in, and other properties, had to be permitted, had a fee, et cetera, because what I really did not want to see was the creation of a wealth imbalance where somebody who has owned 20 Airbnbs, well, they get to keep on trucking, but a young family who just broke into home ownership in Mountain View for the first time, they can't rent a room out, right? So I do think that there is some equity built into this, which I really appreciate. I appreciate the exemption for an owner-occupied unit or an adjacent unit. I will say I think there is a place in our community for short-term rentals and mid-term rentals for sure. Traveling nurses was mentioned, folks who work here seasonally, et cetera. Myself, I have long-term tenants, but I recently had a turnover in long-term tenants, and in the interim between long-term tenants, I said, well, I'm going to try this out. This is coming before us, and I want to do an experiment. And so I actually Airbnb'd my other unit while I was waiting to find a new long-term tenant, just to see what that experience is like. And I will say, I am not one who enjoys the short-term rental thing and turning it over and cleaning it and et cetera. But the other interesting part of that is that my new tenants, while they were waiting, when they first moved here and they were looking for a unit, they stayed in a short-term rental. So there is sort of like this bridging between housing, I think, that happens with short-term rentals, which we should think about. $400 every 2 years, I don't think is an onerous fine. I really don't. In terms of managing, those dollars to just manage the program, I don't know if that's necessarily the best use of those dollars. I would, it would just be interesting to think about in the future, could we use dollars to, invest in things that help spur the creation of long-term housing? Could we maybe take those dollars and invest them into off-site improvements or public-private partnerships? So I think there's potential there. I appreciate this as just a very modest step in regulating a use. I think it is going to give us a lot more information than we currently have. And so, I urge support for this. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. As a housing advocate and a person who believes that we have to jumpstart more growth and housing opportunities, and I love the work that we've done on this body across multifamilies and the multiplexes and the 3 and the 4plexes, and I'm looking forward to the different projects that could come out of the work with the real estate department around incentivization and some of the work that even we passed tonight around vacant and abandoned properties and getting those going. Now, however, I recognize that, and I thank the folks for speaking so eloquently tonight, my colleagues, and I thank the sponsors for doing some really good work on this. Especially, I just wanted to focus in on the exemptions. And the challenge for me is that there are so many exemptions because, and I think rightfully so, for me that recognizes the complexity of trying to be fair across all these different categories. And I think that's a tough thing to do. Furthermore, the fairness across these categories, I land squarely with the question of the value of a short-term rental to the economy of an individual or to their families. And that's one of the things that I think is missing with respect to this conversation. The best that I've heard are the testimony from folks who are those individuals, are those families who have aspirations of the American dream, that idea that you can actually own something and then create wealth around that and hopefully pass that on to your family. And I think that those dreams are important to recognize in our community and not to squash because of our lack of growing housing in the other categories. So I recognize that some degree of regulation, it may be important if there was widespread abuse, but I don't think that there's been any even articulation that there's been widespread abuse. I think this is part of a preventative work in some ways to make sure that we have a good understanding, a good handle on the data, but that there wasn't necessarily widespread use. I also want to say I appreciate the work that my colleagues have done on this for some time. I especially appreciate the work session that they held recently where you had, I think, like high-level folks from Airbnb actually on the call. So for any folks that have an opinion about what you think Airbnb feels about this, they actually spoke positively about this work. That doesn't sway my opinion, but I respect that they did have a positive things to say. And specifically, their positivity was around what they thought was a measured approach to being able to be in front of what they saw were problems in other communities that maybe communities responded to late. That's not compelling enough for me to support this today, although I do shout it out. At this point, I think that the question of the chair highlighted this one question that persists with me as well. What are those impacted neighborhoods and socioeconomic statuses of the folks who are going to be most affected by this? And with respect to East Anchorage, and I thank Member Bronca for mentioning this as well, we've heard from many members of our community, and by and large, folks who are positive about this aren't enthusiastic. They just think that maybe there's some compromise. But most folks that I've heard from are, at the individual level, aspirational with their with their investments, and they're not making big bank and big bucks, and they see this as burdensome and troublesome. So perhaps in the long run, there will be continued engagement around this. I just also don't want to make sure that we're blaming short-term rental folks on the housing questions, the lack of housing in our community. Thank you, Chair.
I think Ms. Brawley hasn't spoken yet. Oh, really? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Elter. I thought you were first. Go ahead.
Nope, thank you. I waited patiently this time, not usually my MO. All right, so I want to start from the position, this is not an indictment of short-term rentals. I'm an avid user of short-term rentals. I previously had a short-term rental when I actually had to go and register and get a bed tax certificate before the platforms paid it. I, like Mr. Voland, learned it very quickly it was not for me, and I prefer to be a long-term landlord. A couple of other pieces here. The data that I am seeking needs to go beyond just how many to who, and not the specific people, but all of those exemptions. Where does that balance lie? Do we have, right, with this, how many licenses are held by a corporate entity for properties versus all of the licenses that would be held by those exempted? Right, we are exempting the fee, not the need to register. So that gives us real data, and it gives us the where. And I think the where is particularly important for a reason Mr. Edgington highlights, right? Girdwood is in need of something more, but it's hard to do something more without a baseline approach, in my view. And I think if you want to be able to look at specific impacts in specific communities where there's an outsized impact, you have to start with getting kind of that baseline throughout the municipality. And I think this provides that. I also wanted to speak to kind of how other licensing informed this. The requiring someone to be available in town to respond to complaints comes out of some experience Mr. Rivera and I have had around alcohol license complaints, where big corporations own these box stores, and there wasn't someone previously on the ground that could respond to complaints. And so it was taking those learnings again as we will learn who has short-term rentals in Anchorage to ensure that there can be someone on the ground. Lastly, I'd say, you know, my constituents have been asking for action on short-term rentals. Whether you believe it is a part of the housing crisis or not, to me, I think it's maybe, but not a major factor given the kind of data Mr. Rivera shared. But is it a factor? I don't know, because we're not getting the local on-the-ground information to know exactly what we're talking about. I think we need rentals available at all levels: short-term rentals, mid-term rentals, long-term rentals, all price points. All of those things will make Anchorage go and move forward. And so, you know, I want to be able to say to my constituents, they say, what are you doing about short-term rentals? I tried with something that I don't feel is overly onerous, that is measured, is appropriate, would give us information to consider whether or not anything more is needed. But in the end, that's what I want to be able to say, because it's become a perpetual issue for the last 3 years. And then I really just have to echo a little bit of what Mr. Constant said. We put considerable money in our COVID relief directly to landlords, directly. It was one of our top priorities to ensure people could keep their housing, and we did that through direct payments to landlords. And I get the other side of it, and it had to have been tough to be a landlord if maybe your tenants weren't in those particular programs. But I don't think this should be held hostage to the perceptions of what happened during a really difficult time. And I finally want to thank Mr. Soltz for his really diligent work on this, the Assembly Council and Legislative Council for working with us on this, and the Municipal Attorney's Office. This has been a really collaborative effort, and we took in a number of comments, and we were very responsive to the comments we received. It was a very iterative process. And the municipal clerk's office for giving us, particularly the licensing clerk, for giving us that expertise about what makes licensing work. Finally, I guess I would end in, we license a lot of types of businesses. It's kind of an anomalous situation here where we have rules for hotels, we have rules for bed and breakfasts, we have no rules for short-term rentals. It is really something that came up and started to exist, and we've just let it exist. And that's an odd way. That's not usually how things come about. And so I would urge your support of this. If you don't support this, I would ask you to think about how you would respond to constituents when they say, what are you going to do about short-term rentals? What information do you want to get about short-term rentals in terms of what impacts they may be having in our community? Because this is my best attempt at that. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to say a few things. First, on the issue of absentee property owners, of issues with long-term rentals, I think that is a bigger conversation. And I think the one distinction with long-term rentals is those are covered by the state's Landlord-Tenant Act and certain code enforcement provisions in a way that these aren't. So I'm not arguing that they need to be treated the same way, but I think there's regulatory structures in place that aren't, as Member Zalatel said just now, are not in place for these. The other thing that strikes me, I hear the arguments about not over-regulating, but what sticks with me is just what I know about business regulation and business licensing. And for this one in particular, I've brought this up before, we're talking about someone using residential property for a business purpose. And that could be an occasional small business purpose, or it could be full-time, whether or not they live there. I think it's very healthy to have mixed-use neighborhoods. It's something that we talked about. It's something that's great to have a mix of commercial uses and residential. So I'm not a fan of use segregation with zoning, but it is also true that our current zoning basically creates places in most of the city that are considered residential areas. And so what we're seeing is essentially businesses operating in residential areas, even though, when you call something residential, that impacts your property value, your legal entitlements, what you can do with your property, and there's also tax implications there for your property. So that's something to just acknowledge, that we're talking about businesses in what we regulatorily treat as, I don't even know if that's a word, but that we treat as residences. I also appreciate this ordinance, in addition to what Member Volan said, that it's a focus on separating operating models. Again, are you doing this as a full-time business? Do you have multiple ones? Is it a corporate rental versus somebody who is doing it on the side, or maybe has less than half the year and is doing a long-term rental as well? So those are things to really think about, and I appreciate that this is really getting at that and differentiating between those in terms of whether you're paying those fees. And then just in general, licensing systems have pros and cons. They are a really great way to regulate something, but it means that there's rules. So you have to say, what does it mean to have a license? What is the penalty for not having a license? Who is exempt from having a license? What can you do with that, or what can you not do with that? So there's a whole piece that comes with that. And so I know when looking at this ordinance, you're thinking, that's a lot of regulations. That's what you need for a licensing system. It doesn't mean that people interact with most of those pieces. It has to do with transferability. There's legal questions. So I really appreciate, again, the sponsors thinking through this. I do support this, and I brought the amendments with Member Voland because we supported them. We just wanted to make it better. So regardless of how this vote goes, again, very appreciate this, and I think this is a realistic and very practical way to deal with the issue of, again, regulating these so that we can better understand, and then again come back and look at differentiating between what are the issues versus where are these operating as intended and with minimal impacts. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a great conversation, and I appreciate a lot of what Member Brawley just said about where and how we regulate long-term rentals. But I think there's just one other point I want to attach to that as we kind of sort of conflate these things when I believe they're really apples to oranges. When you're a short-term renter, you are a guest. This is a place you are visiting. When you're a long-term renter, that's where you live, right? And so I will tell you in my previous life, I have seen people I've seen bad tenants, I've seen bad landlords. I sympathize with both. Really, that's a very different thing, because if we're talking about regulating long-term rentals, we are talking about somebody's just basic right to have a roof over their head, whereas it's not the same with the short-term renters. However, it is worth keeping in mind, I mean, what are the actual impacts of this ordinance if we adopt it to the people who participate in this market? And to be honest, as I think through it, they don't seem unduly burdensome to me. Yes, it's a fee of, $200 a year, only if you're renting out your place for more than 15 nights, right? So let's say you rent out for 100 nights a year. That's a $2 surcharge. At 50 nights a year, that's a $4 surcharge. And I'm not going to say that I'm an expert. I haven't run a short-term rental. But I would like to think that for most of you out there who are participating in this, if you go through and you look at how many nights a year you rent out your place, divide 200 by that, attach that additional fee to your what you charge your guests, and I feel pretty confident that you're not going to lose much or any business from making that small incremental change to cover the cost you have to pay the city now. So then I'm just left with what are the actual requirements that we are putting on the people to operate these businesses? And I think it's been pointed out, your home is your home, but when you turn it into a business, it's fair to expect that there's some additional conditions with that. And I don't think the requirements are unreasonable. You have to be responsive. You have to maintain a safe and habitable place for your tenants. Like, that's okay. I imagine probably most, if not all, of the folks who are in this room looking at this are probably already doing those things. But what we do have in here are some consequences for people who are not able to follow the rules. And I think that's important, and I think it's missing from the status quo. So yeah, I will say, for those of you who operate short-term rentals, I respect your right to continue to do so, but I don't think this is going to make it unduly hard for you to continue.
Ms. Braga.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to clarify something, and I forgot to ask sooner. On page 5, B6 says something about capable of going to the property daily, so that took away the within 1 hour. But on page 13, B2, it says something about being able to get there in 60 minutes. And so I just wanted to make sure that gets, maybe I'm reading it wrong, maybe that's for responding in a different way, for a different kind of thing.
Give the sponsors just a minute to review.
Can you give me the page again, real quick?
What page was it, Ms. Braga? 13. Page 13.
I think I just got it explained to me. One is you'll pick up the phone and you'll respond, and one is I'll go there within the 24 hours. Okay, so that makes sense. And then the last thing, I was thinking this is going to be, if it's going to work right, that you really are enforcing some standards, that's going to be more code enforcement. And we already know there's limited code enforcement going on. And so I wondered, if you'd even consider this fee going toward code enforcement in excess of what you need for study.
Ms. Alato.
Thank you. So the way it's worded for the fee is for both, it's beyond just the study, it's for the implementation of it. So we could see getting intergovernmental charges from code enforcement to the licensing for purposes of having to go out, and this should be sufficient. And then just back to it's be able to respond to a complaint within 60 minutes of receiving it in person, phone, email, or other means. So we clarified that it's really broad, because if the complaint was brought, let's say, by the platform, which there is that mechanism, right, that there's someone there to respond to it. So we kind of really made it so any of the electronic means available, but if the complaint was like really serious, let's say, and you could respond in person, we didn't want to preclude that from happening either.
So I don't see anyone else in the queue, and by my count, we have a vote so closely divided that the one member who's not here will make the difference affirmatively or negatively. So I'm going to ask on behalf of the sponsors who've done all this work that we consider a motion to postpone this item to the next meeting when Mr. Presverdia is back.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone this item by Ms. Zalatil. Who is the second? Mr. Salt makes the second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to the meeting of March 19th. On a vote of 8-3 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, this item has been continued to, this item, AO 2023-110 has been continued to the meeting of, or postponed, not continued, to the meeting of March 19th. Next, we have a couple of items that are zoning related. We have Mr. McLaughlin on the phone if folks want to hear, but first we'll do the public hearing. Item 13C, AO 2024-1, an ordinance, the municipality of Anchorage amending the Anchorage 2040 land use plan map designation of 3 lots containing 0.64 acres from compact mixed residential medium, residential mixed-use development and transit supportive development corridor to town center for Moorhand subdivision number 2, lots 16 to 18.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Come on, hurry up, sir. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. Sorry I didn't get up here fast enough. Chris Schutte. I'm the petitioner's representative in this case and the one that follows it, and I'm going to spare you much of my rambling and just say we're here for questions if you have any. This item came before you a couple weeks ago. Great discussion. We've got some great follow-up questions, and really appreciate the thought that's gone into approving this, particularly the AIM that Assemblymember Volin provided. Excellent summary of the issue in the case in front of you. So we're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
I was going to say thank you, Mr. Potter, as a joke, but you were so short, it doesn't make sense. So, okay, anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, I believe seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil.
So this is a reasonable use for what's here. I have to applaud the petitioner for really robust community engagement. This has been a hard spot to develop, and they've found a way forward here. And so I can't fault any of it. I would also just be sure that you all know that the petitioner presented at Abbott Loop Community Council a number of times, thoroughly answered questions, and there is no objection. Mr. Constant.
Mr. Schutte. So a quick question. There was a difference between Planning and Zoning's review and the Planning Department's review on the kind of fact-finding, the report. One said approve it, one said it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan. Can you give us a perspective on that part of the conversation, just so we can make sure it's part of the record that we contemplated that difference?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So in summary, the application that was made to the Planning Department was recommended for denial to PZC. And through no fault of the department, they were great to work with. I think that in this particular case, they were a little bit restricted by the way the land use plan map had been drawn and implemented and what code said they were allowed to do in a rezoning of this type. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, as you mentioned, there was support from the Community Council. There was also in-person testimony and written testimony supporting the rezone that as originally requested. So the Planning Commission felt like they were a little bit in a tough spot. They had one recommendation from the department. They had all this favorable testimony in support of approving the rezone, so the compromise that they landed on was to approve it, but to try to incorporate some of the conditions or concerns the department had raised. And so ultimately that was what made its way to you today.
Thank you very much. So in this item, just so everyone hears it, updates the comprehensive plan, right? Right. So here we are, updating the comprehensive plan. Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, sorry, I just have a quick question for Mr. Schutte as well. Can you remind me, so my understanding is this parcel is currently vacant. Can you remind me how long it's been vacant?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's 3 parcels directly located on the corner of Elam and Abbott Road. These 3 parcels have been, one of them is not vacant currently, but the other two have been vacant for at least 20 plus years. I tried to go back in the historical satellite imagery that's available on the municipal GIS website, and that's as far back as I could go. It was 2002, I think. And they were vacant at that time. So it's been quite a while. I can also tell you, as somebody who grew up largely in South Anchorage, it feels like they've always been vacant.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-1 has passed the body. Next, we have item 13D, AO 2024-2, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately .64 acres from R5 low-density residential district to B3 SL general business district with special limitations for Moorhan subdivision number 2, lots 16 through 18.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I move Johnson Rivera Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Second.
There's a motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The amendment removes the special limitation. So I understand why the special limitation was put on this to require a minimum of 3 residential dwellings, but that's not a limitation that currently exists in B3. And B3 is one of those zones that is the most flexible. We actually just had this conversation a week ago. And I get the intention here, right? The planning department folks want to ensure that residential is going to happen, but nothing about zoning to B3 precludes it. And in fact, I think by removing the special limitation, we open up possibly more possibilities for a project to pencil that could include residential. And during community council, there was conversation, about whether or not B3 would preclude it. The answer was no. There was no request by the community council to include a special limitation. And so for me, allowing the most permissive zoning district, the most valuable land type to exist in this rezone makes the most sense, and hopefully will provide the opportunity for something great to be there. And I think it in these instances is really worth saying what Mr. Weddleton would say is a rezone is just a rezone. We don't know what will happen. We just know that something that is allowed in B3 will happen, and that is the choice we are making. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And anybody who's interested in special limitations will refer folks back to the meeting that happened a week ago, so we don't need to relitigate that. But one point I did want to bring up specific to this property is looking at the staff report, it does say essentially any loss of residential zoning is a net negative for the community. And I think in one sense that is true, right? We want to see more housing, and so we need to make the land use space for it. However, what we found through multiple projects is B3 appears to be a really great option for housing, and in fact people are opting to do that because it's the least restrictive. So I think the question is really what is so restrictive about our current residential zoning that people are opting not to use it even for housing projects. And then the other point is if every rezone from residential to commercial land is a loss, something we voted on, I had to look it up, but it was in December, I think it was December 19th meeting, AO 2023-121, the staff did recommend a rezone from R3 to B3, and with the argument that it can't allow mixed use. And so this is something that I think we need to be consistent if we're going to make that argument, and I think it is difficult to make absolutist arguments about zoning when we're talking about allowing more things to happen over time. So I'll hold other comments, but just wanted to point that out, that we did that 3 months ago.
Ms. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regards to preserving capacity for residential development, and I speak to this in the memo attached to the next item, but I think it's really interesting that the recommendation was not to, actually, I guess that's attached to this item, excuse me, but the recommendation was not to do the rezone to like R4A, for instance. And I think there's like a question that we could probably have the planning department help unpack for us. Maybe this is a conversation we need to have. Why are R3 and R4 not really working? Why are we seeing more multifamily being built in B3? And, R4 versus R4A, and R4A being more permissive when it comes to dimensional standards, but also mixed use. And I think maybe there's an argument to say R4 and R4A ought to be combined. But I guess I'll just leave it at that. I think the B3 zoning is adequate and provides a high flexibility for the site. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'll start by saying I support the ordinance. That's not a problem. But I do have some thoughts on this idea of removing the special limitation for residential. I can't quite square it. The conversation we did have in December, it's quite interesting, slightly different. The lot was a junkyard, and it was a junkyard for so many years that there's really no hope a residential development was going to come in and clean it up because the cost would be so high, impossible to convert into some kind of just a housing development. So it was somewhat different to me. In this case, and again, I'm not speaking against it, that the idea that we'll remove the special limitation that says there will be housing and hope that there will be housing it's counterintuitive, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And so I think that it's fine that we make this change because it will allow the developer to have a much more flexible piece of land to do what they want with it, which I think is, generally speaking, a number of people's priorities here. But I do think that the planning department's report was accurate, that it will in fact not promote housing, and that's a rational conclusion to draw. And I really appreciate what you just said about the R4 and the issues of how it's not producing a lot of housing in a multifamily way. My experience with R4, at least in our district, Mr. Wallen, is that it's all in the historic neighborhoods, and it's in the poorer sections of the historic neighborhoods. And the problem with the R4 is to secure the benefits of the zoning district, you need a lot of land because you're limited for how high you can go relative to your lot. So if you have a 7,000 square foot lot, there's only so high you can go. You can't actually achieve an R4 level of zoning options. And so I think there is something to be said about contemplating how that interplay works. And maybe some of your projects that we won't get into today kind of tackle some of that, but I think there are some disconnects that are becoming more apparent as we walk through these processes. So thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I just support removing the SL. This is such an interesting little neighborhood. I don't know how familiar you guys are with it, but it's mostly R5. And it's funny because although R5, low density residential, most of those little trailers and stuff they're operating businesses out of. I know a guy who operated who did an auto body shop out behind his shop, a little trailer with a lean-to he put behind it, was doing automotive repair in there. There's another guy that runs like an HVAC and does mechanical stuff, and it's interesting because although I know we're all saying residential, but the only person actually being held to the standard is new construction. Meanwhile, you have dozens of properties that are operating way outside the zoning code, and they just happily, blissfully going along. So I feel as if this guy who's going through the hoops and doing it right is being punished with all these. Meanwhile, in the meantime, there's HVAC contractor, there's a dump yard, there's a guy running an auto store and doing all this on R5 land. So listen, it may not be zoned for it, but majority of that is business use anyway. Why make it difficult for the one guy who does it the right way? Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting this. I just wanted to give a plug that East Anchorage has a lot of B3 areas and zones, and especially in the Muldoon Northeast Corridor. And so I'm excited that it's been articulated tonight from colleagues and members that B3 is an incredibly flexible designation that gives us the ability to think about mixed use, commercial, and attainable and affordable housing. And so I'm excited that somebody's interested in developing. One of the conversations that the question I often have when we talk about whether restrictions or opening or removal of barriers is, well, who's waiting with resources to invest? And in this case, we have a clear investor in these resources. I also agree that the SL on this particular property is problematic, so we voted for that to be removed. But again, will promote B3s in East Anchorage. If you're developers looking for those conversations, let's talk. Thank you.
Businessman, Mr. Salt.
We should probably just vote after that, but no, I support this as well. I know the lot well, driven by it since the entire time I've been up here. And I will say one of the benefits of this, no one's going to want to really live on Abbott, but this will provide a buffer to the residents to the north that can develop into actually probably a nice little nested community that I think can flourish with this. Thank you.
Hey, one last thing. To the planning staff, I really feel for you because clearly with the special limitation you proposed, you were listening to the assembly saying we want housing. And so it's tricky being you who has a 90-day window where you start to where you end and there's this tide that's moving over you and trying to stay in front of it. I can't even fathom, especially with 12 of us with so many strong opinions. And so to the planning staff, thank you for trying, and the more we work on this, the better we get. So with that, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. Oh, that's right. So that was just the amendment. We're back on the main motion. On a vote of 11-0, the amendment passes. Youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes. I was ready to call it. Thank you, Ms. Salatil. So now we have the main motion back before us. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Yes. AO 2024-2 as amended has passed the body. Congratulations, Mr. Spinelli. Next, we have item 14A. A is AO 2024-22, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from R3 mixed residential district to R4A multifamily residential mixed use district within Cook subdivision tract B.
Waive reading.
Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of April 23rd.
Move to approve.
Who's the second?
I'll second the postpone.
Hold on a sec. It might be a factor of a louder voice or not, but we both heard Ms. Brawley's second. And so the motion to postpone is on the floor. So motion by Mr. Vaughn and a second by Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could speak to my motion. So I think with this rezone, this merits a more in-depth conversation. I had the clerk disseminate to members information about the Friends of Fish Creek project. That's daylighting Fish Creek. It's a project that the municipality, the assembly, I should say, the assembly has supported, but so have some of our boards and commissions. We appropriated ARPA funds to help with planning of that project, and I had the opportunity yesterday to meet with a representative of Friends of Fish Creek and Assembly Council and look at how Fish Creek actually goes through this property. So this property is the former National Archives site. It's municipally owned. I think that there is opportunity here to rezone, to sell the property, but I want to explore how we can potentially either replat or have a deed restriction or do something that would still allow that project to move forward. So I hope members will just indulge me, take a little bit more time, because otherwise that project that has been a priority of members of this body may not be able to go forward, and I think that would really be too bad because it has the potential to really be a community asset. And this is property, again, that's owned by the municipality, and with this upzone, there's going to be potential for even more housing to be built, which I think is fantastic, but we could also have the added public benefit of really beautifying this area and having some ecological restoration there, enhancing the value of that property even further. So I think there's a conversation to be had. I would love to have a work session with Friends of Fish Creek and just see how we can make both of these happen. More housing, get a value for the municipality for this property, but also make that project still have potential. Thanks.
Ms. Solotel.
Thank you. I don't disagree with what most of Mr. Volan said. However, that goes to the disposal of the lot and not the rezone of the lot. The rezone is the first piece to that puzzle. And then if we want to restrict, replat, redo those things, that is really tied to the disposal and when the disposal comes up. But this has gone through the Planning and Zoning Commission. I have tracked this case somewhat because I have some real interest for Midtown because I view this as an opportunity, and I really don't want to wait going to R4A because we never got the Tudor Elmore development. And there is an opportunity here with R4A that I really just don't want to pass up for a couple of reasons, and I don't want to delay it. One is I think that there's an opportunity to explore not only multifamily development, but also relocation of the health department, which got tabled along with the Tudor Elmore development. But the rezone is the first piece to that before we can start to talk about what can occur on an R4A lot and what public-private partnerships, and if we are going to dispose of the property, what restrictions we might want to place on that or how much of the property we want to dispose of. I know there are some wetlands issues, but I think first things first, and I think that's this rezone, and I think it's right for tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
I feel the same way. I feel like I love Fish Creek, Friends of Fish Creek, getting the creek daylit. I'm thinking across from Fred Meyer by John Snoot Park, how lovely that was once they daylighted Chester Creek. And that would be really cool, but I'm most interested in making sure that this gets rezoned so that we are looking at it for housing. And yeah, I think if Member Zolotel is correct and this is just first stage, and then we also can have conversations on the creek, then I don't think we need to postpone.
All right, so the motion before us, the motion to postpone. Oh, Mr. Volland.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I just don't understand the urgency to rezone. Why we couldn't have a more fulsome conversation and consider what the process entails, sort of from beginning to end. The rezone and the disposal, and have the administration weigh in on what they're thinking. I think taking a little over a month to really get a fuller picture would not be detrimental to moving forward and to creating the shared goals of housing, but also this community initiative.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I don't support the delay just simply because if you look at the map and you study it, it's surrounded on three sides by B3. It's literally just pocketed in the middle of a business district. R4A is the, multifamily residential district that also allows for development, it's specifically for town centers. And actually, it makes sense that would be an R4 lot, R4A, surrounded by B3 as opposed to an R3. I mean, it just seems to fit. And also, I just encourage you to read the last page in your packet, which is the notes from the Planning and Zoning Commission that went through and stated their support. So I think it makes sense, and I'm ready to proceed on it. Thank you.
I have Mr. Byrd in the queue, Mario.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As to the timeliness of it, I wanted to offer CFO Alden Thurn a chance to address Mr. Volan's question about the timeliness.
Mr. Thurn.
So just so you know, and maybe you all do know, but we do own this, but we own it because we own it for $5.7 million against our workers' comp fund balance. The goal is to get this rezoned so we can figure out how to get rid of it and pay back the fund balance that we have out there. This has been 7 years now that this has been in the works, and I have a strong desire to try and rectify our financial situations across a variety of different areas. So I believe that this here rezone, which we've been after, really allows for that property to have a variety of options. And I think we need to get to those variety of options as quickly as we can so that we can look at what we need to do to dispose of that and start paying back that loan.
Are you aware, Mr. Thurn, of a potential buyer?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will be voting against this motion to postpone. I think that we can handle the rezone today, and then we can have a future work session to do many of the things that Member Voland is describing. I don't think we need this rezone as a platform for us to have those discussions. For example, the TED. We've had discussions and work sessions on the TED without having an item before us. So I think that's something that will meet the goals and objectives that Member Voland has. Thank you.
You just spoke in code for many new members, the TED.
Yeah, that's the Tudor Elmore Development.
Thank you. Mr. Voland.
Thank you. So I guess I see where this is going, but I'll just say what Mr. Thurn just said gives me a lot of pause. I am worried that the administration is going to try to offload this property as quickly as possible and expedite this disposal without the opportunity to have a serious conversation about what it would mean to allow the Fish Creek project to go forward. The administration, when we made that ARPA appropriation, and this was a project that was championed not only by myself but former members like Austin Quinn Davidson. When we made that ARPA appropriation to fund that community initiative, the mayor vetoed it, and we had to override that. So it is my recollection. So I hope that there's an opportunity to take a little bit of time to really analyze this and see what it can make to have housing there, but also make that project go.
I don't see anyone else in the queue. The motion is to postpone to the meeting of April 23rd. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 3 to 8, the motion fails. The youth member votes
No.
no. So we have a main motion before us, no, we don't. So there's no motion on the floor. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded, I believe, by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So I do have one question, and I want to make sure I'm reading the table of allowed uses correctly, but I believe R4A would not preclude something like putting the health department there because it's either a health clinic, it's either a social services facility, or it's either an office building. I think it could be any of those three things, and I don't know if we have anyone from planning on who could answer that. It'd be really odd if the OMB director can, but you certainly can give it a go.
Microphone is off. The green button or blue button there. There you go. You're on.
Definitely, I can answer that because Lance and I have spoken about that property only because I had mentioned that the property could be used for other uses as well. And he told me that it cannot be used for a future health building under the current zoning.
Okay, I want to get planning online because I asked the real estate director earlier, under the current zoning, yes, but the proposed zoning.
Under the proposed zoning as well. So he and I spoke about it together.
Okay.
You have the real estate director or the HLB director. I'm not quite sure if it's both hats at this time, so welcome. I knew we'd need you. I'm glad we didn't waste all your night. The microphone is off again. There you go.
Tiffany Briggs, real estate director. I also have Bree with Huddle, who was our consultant for this project, so I'll let her speak to that, but the rezone would not preclude the health department building from being there.
Okay, yes. If you could just confirm what she says.
Yeah, to speak to the use types you mentioned, office would be allowed in R4A.
is currently not allowed in R3. Health services as well, same thing, and social services as well.
And you're confident, and the conversation has been, is that it would be covered under one of those use types for the health department building?
We would have to do a use designation through the planning department to get confirmation. If it was something else like a governmental use, that would not be permitted in R4A or R3. And speaking to the planning department, an R4A would be the best path forward for that.
Okay. Is there anyone from the planning department online?
Through the chair, I believe we have Francis McLaughlin.
Ms. Alto, this is Dave Whitfield.
Hi, Mr. Whitfield. Did you hear the question? Would R4A allow a relocation of the health department building, assuming the same services today that exist?
That's a great question, Ms. Alto. I don't know all the uses that exist at the health department, but there are two use categories that this use would fall under, government administration or office. Government administration is not currently permitted in the R4A. Office is. However, if they were to permit government administration, it would be more appropriate in the R4A than it would the R3.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little confounded because I did raise this issue all the way back when this was a planning and zoning case. So for me, the utility of this lot, thank you for being up here, is that there's an opportunity, and that the opportunity is not just for housing development, but for the opportunity to possibly engage in a public-private partnership. We know the health department building is sorely in need of being renewed, probably not through remodeling, but through rebuilding. It was contemplated to go to Tudor and Elmore. And to me, this is something I would definitely want explored for this lot. I guess to kind of close the loop here, what I'm hearing is government administration would not be allowed, but office would. I'm going to cede the floor and think about how to possibly be able to catch the government administration category. Thank you.
Mr. Walland.
Thank you. We should have postponed because there's a lot of conversations that are swirling, sort of, I think, members have ideas of preconceived ideas of what this property should be used for, and we're trying to do a rezone to try to effectuate that. This is the first time I've ever heard of a proposal to use this property for a new location for the health department. I hear members on the dais say, oh, this would be great for housing. So which is it? What do we want there? Do we want housing? Do we want a new location for the health department? As somebody who represents downtown, I'm not thrilled about moving our civic institutions out of downtown into midtown. And so there was an opportunity to have more conversation about envisioning this site in a holistic way. I will just say that. So I'm a little bit disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross.
Well, I think I'm ready to vote on it for the R4A, but it does make me wonder why they didn't just do an R3 SL, which there's an R3 SL, which is there's only one other lot in all of Anchorage that allows for mixed-use residential. You can put commercial and residential, or a B3 because it's surrounded by B3. Seems to me like, but this is what they wanted, and this is what they'll get.
Maybe. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Member Rivera for mentioning the TED. And so I wanted to just remind us what that was, the Tudor Elmore development, and specifically to the administration, if I just take the privilege here and say, the Tudor Elmore development would have brought supermarket and housing and potential municipal services to East Anchorage. That was a so much better, worthwhile use of our time than thinking of the last year of other developments in East Anchorage. So, to the future administrations to come, let's continue to explore those mixed-use development opportunities like the TED, the Tudor Elmore development, and I am ready to vote on this as well, Chair. Thank you.
3 years, Mr. Martinez. Okay, so I'm surprised nobody made a motion to postpone to the first meeting in April, but
Move to postpone to the meeting of March 19th.
Second.
we won't have enough. There's a motion to postpone to the meeting of March 19th for some additional conversation. Moved by Ms. Alto, seconded by Mr. Salt. Mr. Wand.
Thank you. So I think I just overheard the chair off mic say that would not allow time for a work session. I've requested a work session, so I'm going to be opposing this motion. If we had more time that could have a work session, I think that'd be great, and I would probably support. So if that was the first meeting in April, I would probably be amenable. Thank you.
So we're just making sure the motion is accurately reflecting what the mover made. So that's the motion. You aren't additionally in the queue. You already spoke, Mr. Wand? Right? Okay, Mr. Salt.
I will withdraw my second.
It doesn't work that way.
Oh, well.
It's worth a try, but it doesn't work that way. So the mover once seconded, the motion is on the floor, and so it belongs to the body. The mover can rescind their motion, but we can vote on the question being, shall we continue? Again, we're getting to the sausage-making part of the night. It's exhausting. So
I'm going to rescind my motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a new motion.
You have the floor.
And I would like to speak to it after I make my motion. I will move to postpone to April 9th.
A motion
Second.
to postpone to April 9th. Moved by Ms. Alto, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Alto, I'm sorry I rolled you.
Nope, that's okay. I'm really frustrated that there isn't someone here who can adequately answer questions, frankly, because that's what gets us into these positions. Because I had inquired about the feasibility, and it's not predetermined that the health department could go there. I just wanted to keep the possibility open because the possibility feels foreclosed for the Tudor and Elmore development because there's no movement on that. And I inquired long ago and asked for that kind of analysis and that kind of information and didn't get it in a timely way. And I do believe that the rezone is just the first step and that a lot of the issues raised by Member Voland are really around the disposal, but now let's just take them all up. Fine, let's find time for a work session. I think to the administration, it's about to get a lot more complicated for you around this parcel versus having gotten us timely information. Thank you.
All right, the motion before us now is a motion to postpone this item to 4/9. We'll do our best to schedule a meeting between the election of April 2nd and the meeting of the 9th, so the Friday following that, before the Tuesday the 9th. So members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-22 is postponed to the meeting of April 9th. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2024-25, an ordinance of the Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2.60 to update provisions for the Office of the Ombudsman to provide for clear authority to investigate complaints within the Ombudsman's jurisdiction as articulated in the Charter. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queednow, Sand Lake. I think some of it's more of a question and concerns. One of the additions would be on section 2C, under point 2, it says an abuse of authority is an issue for or can be an issue for investigation. How is that defined, or where is that defined? That's one of my questions. That seems to be a very flexible term. You know, it can be just about anything. So I have a question about that, but I have a more substantial question, and I would really appreciate it if any of you could reach out by email or whatever. If somebody, an employee or an agent of the municipality, does not agree with what the ombudsman found, what is their recourse for that? Because I feel like this person needs to be, the ombudsman needs to be independent, but if they decide something and the employee or the agent of the municipality does not agree with them, what can they do to appeal? And I don't know that process. And I feel there needs to be a way to appeal that. If you can educate me, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms.
Second, move to approve.
Seconded by Mr. Volland. All right.
I'd cede the floor to the sponsor.
Thank you. So before us, we have actually pretty simple ordinance. What it does is it makes it explicit that the language of the charter that authorizes the ombudsman's authority is reflected in the code. Thus, no municipal agent may exercise an undue authority upon the ombudsman to not exercise the authority of their office granted in the charter. There have been some arguments to suggest that the ombudsman does not in fact have the authority to investigate employees of the municipality. But I would direct you to a charter amendment passed by the people of Anchorage in 1990 that added the jurisdiction, power, and duties of the ombudsman include acts and omissions of employees and agents of the school district, as well as employees and agents of the municipality. The people of Anchorage added that section to the charter in 1990 on a 72% yes vote. 72% of the people agreed that the ombudsman's power extends to the employees of the municipality. That's number one. Second, in 2017, there was a substantial amendment to the code that moved almost all of the authorities that were in the regulatory code of the municipality into the actual code, the municipal code. So it took it from a regulation to the code. And in that process, several of the Assembly's offices were moved into the code, including elements of Assembly Council, elements of the Audit Committee, our financial analysts. All of these were kind of regulated, not deregulated from regulation, the AMCR, and moved into the municipal code. And at that time, an error was made in which they moved a small section of code that allowed the ombudsman to exercise their judgment. So the section 2.60.125, their judgment that the ombudsman may decline review an investigation or cease investigation of a complaint when the ombudsman determines any of the following. The section that is being added, number 5 there on the next page, section B, is being removed, is being made a discretionary decision of the ombudsman instead of a direction to the ombudsman that you shall not investigate. You shall decline to investigate matters that are subject to criminal investigation or prosecution. It's too easy for members of the other branch to attempt to push into the ombudsman's authority by drawing tangential connections to legislation with other people and other matters that are only loosely related to the question of the investigation to where members of the municipal attorney's office might suggest you have no authority to investigate these things because somebody somewhere is asking legal questions. So what we do with Section 5 there is restore to where it had always been in the Code of Regulations and before. In fact, if you go back to the original charter language, you can see that the authority was there, that the ombudsman may make the determination whether or not to review a matter that may be finding its way through the courts. That's one of the substantive changes. It does correct an error. And the final substantive change, and I think it's the most important, is on page 5 of the ordinance. It's section G. What it says is, notwithstanding section 1.50.010, the municipality shall defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the ombudsman and the ombudsman's staff in an individual capacity against any claim filed in a civil or administrative action based upon any conduct, act, or omission of the ombudsman's office. The municipality may only decline indemnification of the ombudsman upon concurrence of both risk manager and assembly council. Now, what's different about that language is that it changes the process of indemnification from indemnification is decided by the risk manager in consultation with the municipal attorney to the ombudsman is indemnified unless both the risk manager and assembly council for this branch of government, whom the ombudsman is resided in, all the way back to the beginning of this municipality when they crafted the charter, that the people who make the decision split between the branches, one the risk manager, one assembly council, instead of both members of the administrative branch making the decision on indemnification. One might ask why this is important now. I won't get into that, but I can tell you there are specific reasons why. I can tell you, though, when you go back to the original language of the charter convention discussions, or the commission discussions that was provided to you at the work session, where we spent 2 hours on this topic on Friday, where we invited members of the administration, where we invited members of the law department, at their request. They requested to have a meeting before the 5th. We tried to schedule it twice, and then it turned out they couldn't attend. But if you go to the minutes that were provided to you, you will find there was a broad-ranging discussion about where the ombudsman should go. And the answer in the charter convention minutes, and then in the charter approved by the voters in 1975, and then every time it's been amended since, it's in the legislative branch. However, it is not an office of the municipal assembly. It is an independent branch. And if you read those commission notes, it is wholly independent of the administration by design, and in a limited capacity responsible to the assembly. And in this case, the cure that we've put into the code, the section G, it's very elegant, because what it does is it takes away the authority of the administration to put their hands on the question of what the ombudsman investigates, and it actually takes it out of our hands too, and it makes it a collaborative agreement between the branches if indemnification is going to be removed from the ombudsman. So, as a whole, that's what this project does. It's a very important change. Some might remember a conversation last week, 2 weeks ago, when the municipal attorney suggested that this body was acting in defiance of the municipality. This body was acting in defiance of the municipality. Those words were spoken on a public record if you want to find them. The reality is this body has an authority under the charter, and I'm asking you to implement it and update it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Salt.
So I'll be brief. And just a couple things. I think we always have the option to participate in the state ombudsman, and we could sign up for that program, although I think there are probably reasons why Anchorage has its own. But I still don't think we've met the ask of the municipal attorney to have that work session. As much as I don't want another work session, I would like to make a motion that we postpone till April 9th, the meeting of April 9th.
Second.
Thank you.
There's a motion to postpone by Mr. Salt. and a second by Mr. Cross. Any discussion on the matter? Ms. Brawley and then Ms. Zalatil.
Yeah, and I'd like to be in the queue for the main motion as well. I don't support postponement, and just to clarify, what I understand what's at the work session, there were two different topics we discussed. One is the role of the municipal attorney, going back to the charter documents, and then we also discussed the ombudsman. So I see those as two distinct things that we covered in that one time. So I don't believe that for this particular purpose that we need an additional work session, although I do think one would be helpful for the municipal attorney because ours was not present at the time. Thanks.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure you understand I'm speaking to the postponement.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Mr. Cross. You were a mover.
No, I would encourage postponement too, also because remember Ann Helzer, we last minute dropped that work session on her when she's heading out of town for DC. And I think it's really important that we hear from the municipal legal counsel before we change the role of the ombudsman. The ombudsman's office needs to be above reproach. Okay, and I want to make sure that anything we do, it maintains that way. Because some see this as a potential that future, that a future ombudsman or a future assembly may use this for political reasons to target employees. And I just want to know what the municipal attorney says about that. Regardless of what they passed in the charter in 1990, having an ombudsman that looks into employees instead of just outside administrative is very rare. And since that's such a unique role of an ombudsman to actually do employee investigations, I think it'd be very useful for us to speak to our municipal attorney. That's why we spend millions of dollars for that department, so we can hear from them.
All right, thank you. So I kind of went out of the queue, but we have, yeah, but I don't think, are you speaking on the amendment to postpone or on the main motion? And who are you speaking on behalf of, Mr. Byrd?
Mr. Chair, I think the municipal attorney or deputy municipal attorney would like to speak on postponement, and then I'd like to speak on the main motion. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So there's a couple of things around postponement. One is, being the vice chair, I get the grand privilege of being copied on all of the scheduling emails. And I will tell you that there was a really big effort made to try to accommodate the municipal attorney after she made her request. So I would not characterize it as being dropped on her, but we really, through the clerk's office, tried to accommodate that request as soon as it was made. Second, my expectation of the municipal attorney's office is the same expectation I have of our counsel's office. These are lawyers. If they have a problem with proposed legislation, there are a number of ways they can communicate with us as a body. They can write a legal memo, a legal opinion, they can suggest amendments, they can float an S version, which they've done in other instances, to sponsors. So simply speaking to us at a work session is not the only way to communicate with us. In fact, I would expect an attorney to come with specific changes, deletions, edits, or a memorandum citing case law or other statutes to back up their position about whatever it is they have at issue with proposed legislation. And I've seen it done. We just took up an item, and it's not yet complete, but the STR, they did just that. So I know it's possible. So I think this narrative of needing to speak with us in a work session is an incomplete narrative, and frankly doesn't provide us with the most fulsome and best way to get information, in my opinion, which is to really get a full legal opinion. And maybe it's the lawyer in me, but I'd like to see your citations. I would like to see your authority if you have specific issues. And so I don't think that that's grounds for postponement, because we couldn't simply find time to make our calendars mesh, because that is really hard to do, as we know. Thank you.
So that's kind of a long queue on the motion to postpone. Other members? Mr. Gunther, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'm Charles Gunther, the Deputy Municipal Attorney. I know Ann Helzer wanted to be here tonight, but as you noted in your earlier comments, like 4 hours ago, Chair, that she's in Washington, D.C. right now preparing for her oral arguments concerning port-related litigation. But I just wanted to, on behalf of Ann and the rest of the Department of Law does have a variety of concerns with respect to the AO as presently drafted, and we do request that the body postpone further action until we can have a thorough discussion at a work session or executive session. I would note that it's my understanding that Municipal Attorney Helzer first requested an executive session about 2 weeks ago, but that was declined. And then my understanding is that Member Cross subsequently requested his own work session, and it was then scheduled last Friday without consultation with our office to ensure our availability and participation. And, as you know, Attorney Helzer is working on a $300 million port litigation in D.C., and I wish her well in her travels and her success on that. But she was unable to, at the last minute, I think we had 24, 40 hours notice, that's my understanding, to appear. And she is the lead on this. We have other attorneys in our office that did a considerable amount of research. We're prepared to meet with you and discuss, and some of it might have need to be an executive session because there's issues of liability to municipality for a variety of reasons, but we wanted to have that conversation with you. Our department remains open and willing to explain all of our legal concerns with this body, some of which, again, may need to occur in the executive session because of the issues of potential liability. We believe the municipality is best served when concerns from our office are voiced, heard, and considered prior to making substantial changes to the code. And as Chairman Constant mentioned, some of these are substantial changes. They involve an expansion of the indemnification. At least it could be interpreted by the court that the indemnification in the Ombudsman's office would go beyond just the normal indemnification. It could actually, indemnification could occur even in acts of gross negligence.
I think you're speaking to the main motion now.
Okay,
so
yes, sir.
I think you've made your points. So
we just asked that this be postponed so we'd have an opportunity to have a fulsome discussion with you, Chairman Constant.
Thank you. So before we move any forward, Madam Clerk, it was just asserted that without consultation, meetings were scheduled. Can you speak to that?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
No, the clerk is going to be heard because the clerk said in our meeting today that, in fact, she consulted with them. Did you, in fact, consult to schedule?
Wait, Mr. Chair, I called a point of order.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe that if there are questions for the clerk in response to the assertions put by the municipal attorney, a member can ask those when it's their turn in the queue.
All right. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thankful that Ms. Helzer is in D.C. Representing the municipality on the issue of the port. I appreciate that. I appreciate the work of the Department of Law. I appreciate Mr. Gunther being here tonight. However, I am now sort of the mind that when it comes to instances where separation of powers are involved, or even where there's differences of opinions between the Department of Law, or I shouldn't even say the Department of Law, I should say the administration and the assembly, between the branches, I'm increasingly reliant on Assembly Counsel rather than the Department of Law, and have just a lot more trust in their experience. And I hate to say that, but that's what it is for me right now. And so on that note, I guess I have a question for the sponsor and then a question for Assembly Counsel when it comes to postponement. First of all, question for the sponsor. Did you work on this item with Assembly Counsel's assistance?
Absolutely.
And they had analysis that was involved in the drafting of this legislation, I presume?
Absolutely.
Thank you. My question for Assembly Counsel is, do you have any concerns about this legislation that you think would indicate postponement, or any reason to think that the Assembly should not take action on this tonight?
Well, with the broad question of any concerns, Mr. Volland, there's always concerns. I don't have significant concerns that I think would need to postpone this. I think this ordinance is fine. The Department of Law has concerns. I think the change to indemnification subsection G is okay as written.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm ready to take action on this tonight, having heard from the sponsor and Assembly Council.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is it a true statement that you did not consult with the municipal attorney on scheduling meetings for this work session?
Through the chair, no. I did reach out to Ms. Helzer directly and asked what date and time would work for her.
And your response that you got back?
Through the chair, I did not receive a response.
But there was an email that came out and said that...
That there was no contact with her.
Right. And so it's not a true and accurate statement, and the record will reflect that the effort was made on multiple occasions to schedule with her. In fact, I had heard from the municipal attorney that she needed it before the 5th because that's when she was leaving to Washington. And so we scheduled 3 different opportunities, but none of them worked. And the first was rejected. Yes, it's true. An executive session was rejected because under the code, which you'd think an attorney would grasp, there are very specific limitations on what the assembly may do in an executive session. A discussion about separation of powers, the role of the municipal attorney, the role of assembly council, none of these things are allowed to be done in executive session for the assembly. And so the reason the executive session was denied is because, except for one very narrow bandwidth of the request she made, none of it would have been legal for us to do, which was rather surprising to come from the municipal attorney. Now, the moment a request for a work session was made, we immediately pivoted to yes, because we can talk about anything that is of public concern in the public eye. That's what happened. So that's why we went from a request for an executive session with all of these very detailed pieces of information, none of which except for one would have been legal, to this amazing email that the municipal attorney sent out to the rest of us that said, I just wanted to brief you on how you can depend on us, which was far cry from what she had actually asked for. So how does this relate to the motion to postpone? I'm sure people are wondering. So the reality is it was suggested that the ombudsman needs to be above reproach, and it can't look like they're doing the work of the assembly to do these investigations. What if I pose a question to you? It's actually the municipal attorney that's politicizing this whole process. And it's not a question to you, it's a rhetorical question. What if, in fact, that's the reality of this situation? I think that there are some records that might demonstrate that. The bottom line is, I have taken every step to get this before the body and reviewed and thoughtfully done in as timely a manner as possible. And I would ask my peers to vote down this motion to postpone and take this question up tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Anyone else on the amendment, the motion to postpone? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 3 to 8, and the youth member votes?
No.
No, the motion to postpone has failed. Now we have a queue. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. First, just to say, I really did appreciate the conversation and the work session and the thorough discussion we had and the documents, so I would again encourage the public to go back and look at those. I also support this ordinance. I will say, that, I value good government, and I've always seen the Ombudsman's office, way before I got involved in anything with the Assembly, as really a critical protection for the public. That is why they're there. It is because there can be issues in government, and that office is designed to be a person that a member of the public can go to. For example, I remember years ago there was a concern about public notice requirements not being met, or other issues like that, and so it's routine for folks to bring those issues. And so it is great not because the Ombudsman deals with every single issue or can deal with every issue, I'm sure, that comes through their office, but it's a really important thing. And so for those who care about, again, protection of the people's rights and holding government accountable, I know we've seen in these chambers, lots of conversation over the last few years of overreach of power or claiming overreach of power, and so it's just really important that that's what that office is for. The other thing, I do have a question. I see the Ombudsman in the audience, because I would like to understand this question of abuse of authority, how that would be handled, or kind of just typically what the process, the review process is for complaints that come through and how they're reviewed. But I also want to point out, just looking at the code, I was curious what agent of the municipality is. So that's something, this adds employees into that language, but it also says agents of the municipality. So I just want to read out the definition that I found in 260.020. It says agent of the municipality, and this is under the same ombudsman code that's already in law right now. Agent of the municipality or agency includes a department, office, institution, corporation, authority, board, commission, committee, or council of the municipality, including boards and commissions, a contractor providing service on behalf of the municipality to the public, and any officer, employee, or member of such entities acting or purporting to act in the exercise of paid or non-paid municipal duties. So to my mind, agent does seem to include employee. So I don't believe that we need to amend the word employee out of here, but I just want to point out that it seems like that's within current code right now, and that is within the current scope of the Ombudsman's office. And if it's all right, if I could ask the Ombudsman a question. And I'll do it in the form of a hypothetical. So let's say I have a neighbor on my street, and my neighbor's house is painted. He's a big Green Bay Packers fan, so his house is painted green and yellow, right? So maybe something that I wouldn't support, but that's what he's done. And then there's a code enforcement officer who's a Minnesota Vikings fan, does not like the Packers, and really doesn't like that house is painted that way. And so that code enforcement officer goes and issues citations to this person. So what I would see that as is an abuse of their authority, right? They're using, basically not citing valid code, but using their preference or the dislike of this football team. So let's say that happens, and then the neighbor comes to you, and then it is investigated. Can you just briefly speak through the process you would go through, and then the interaction you would have with the municipality itself?
So the first thing we would do is determine if the complainant had contacted a supervisor at the department. So, somebody mentioned earlier about our office investigating employees. We always refer, if somebody comes and say they have a hostile work environment or an issue at work, we always refer them to HR. So we always describe ourselves as the caboose on the administrative train. We're the last stop. So we would refer that person, and it would be an abuse of authority because there's nothing in the code that says what color you can paint your house. So if a code enforcement officer did cite somebody because they didn't like the color of their house, we would first refer them to the supervisor, the chief of code enforcement, and give the department an opportunity to try to resolve the issue. We are required to give the departments an opportunity to resolve the issue. And if the complainant, the constituent, is not happy with the resolution or how it's handled, they can always come back to us, and then we would look at it more in depth.
Thank you very much.
So we have a number of people in the queue. I would argue that the mayor could take the queue and hand it to Mario, or the manager, but we'll just go to Mario. Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. The administration opposes this expansion of the Ombudsman's jurisdiction, and largely for the same reasons that a year ago, Mr. Chair, you recall when the ordinance that was brought up in March of last year, we presented some of the same arguments. I believe Ms. Helzer was the acting municipal attorney. We don't see the need for the expansion of this jurisdiction. I want to compliment you, Mr. Chair, and those who assisted you in preparing for the work session. I think the historical value of reviewing the charter, and especially the 2017 amendments that moved things from regulation to code. I tracked what you were saying there. I'd seen the same thing myself. Obviously, that was a time where you had an administration that was, I think, more aligned with the body, so it's good to see that some of those amendments were not reactionary legislation. But we in the administration, I think we think that this might be another one of those pieces. I want to highlight one thing that members of the administration sitting in the audience noticed at the work session, and that was Ms. Sherry Holmes, who was one of the charter members. She said, there is some concern if the ombudsman is at odds with the mayor, and extremely so, if there happened to be a power struggle between the legislative branch and the administrative branch. The legislative branch might employ the ombudsman and use the tool to pester the mayor. That's on page 17 of the charter extracts. I think that concern was seen before any of us were here, Mr. Chair. It was a structural concern, and I think it could be argued that those who ratified the charter did the best they could to put a check and a balance there to make sure that the ombudsman would not have an exorbitant amount of power and could thus pester the mayor. I think it's been this administration's position, both in the ordinance back in March and then again today, that we don't want to get to that point. And I understand, Mr. Chair, that your views are different, but we want to make it clear that we think that if this expansion of jurisdiction occurs without a concomitant check on the ombudsman, which is a legislative hire and a legislative, the legislative branch administers that position, we think that there needs to be some balance. And what was proposed a year ago was the municipal attorney to work in conjunction with the ombudsman. I think that's what we would look for in this legislation as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So maybe I'm reading another ordinance, but I don't see this as an expanse of jurisdiction. Quite frankly, there is the addition of a matter of public concern which has failed to be or could not be addressed by other means. The abuse of authority, I think it was already in the ombudsman's jurisdiction. And abuse of authority, I mean, they look to the code. What was or wasn't in code? It's implied in a lot of the work the ombudsman does. Moving something from may to shall and shall to may, that all existed in the ombudsman's jurisdiction. So let's just cut to the chase, which is about indemnification. Let's talk about subsection G. What a rare circumstance we are having a lengthy debate over. I will be just really frank with you. It is only if the ombudsman is personally named in a lawsuit. So let's think about that. How often do you see public officials personally named in a lawsuit, and how big of a deal is it? It's a real big deal. I remember when Governor Dunleavy was personally named in a lawsuit, and maybe I'm more tuned in because I'm a lawyer, but it was a really big deal. It's just not something that typically happens. And so I think, right, like what we have here is a balance for something that might happen in a very rare circumstance. Otherwise, if you go back up to F, to the fullest extent provided by state law, the expansion is a civil action for damages may not be brought against, and the addition is the municipality as a whole. It is much more protective. The ombudsman was already in there. So I think we're making a bit of a mountain out of a molehill here, where it is truly clarification. It is to deal with circumstances that maybe hadn't been, that we didn't think would ever arise, but here we are, fully grounded in the legislative history and the history of our charter and our charter commission. So I'm not sure why this is such a controversial item. I'll be supporting it because, again, I feel like it's being a mountain out of a molehill. It's already pretty much what the ombudsman can do and does do in a very thoughtful manner. Thank you.
Mr. Volland. Okay. My queue is stuck. Exactly. So, go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously I won't be supporting this. I feel as if we're kind of working in our own little confirmation biased igloo here, where we've heard what we want to hear from Dean, so we don't need to listen to what other municipal attorneys, and that's very dangerous. I don't know why the rush is to put this done. My guess is you're going to end up in a work session anyway. I'm going to guess that Bronson's going to veto it, and then we're going to end up in a work session, and we're going to just sitting here doing lip service. So I won't be supporting it, and I'll be supporting the veto unless we have a chance to hear from Ann Hauser and we have a meaningful conversation with our municipal attorneys. Otherwise, there's no reason to progress so rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to know for, I guess, Mr. Gates and perhaps the municipal attorney of the Department of Law, is there a precedence for this throughout the state of Alaska or throughout the country with an ombudsman with this much jurisdiction? Second part to that question is back to what Ms. Queednow asked earlier. If somebody who's a municipal attorney has an objection to the findings of an ombudsman, what is their recourse for them?
Mr. Gates.
Pardon me for a moment. I need to look up the recourse. There's a section about grievances against the ombudsman. If you give me a moment, or the legislative council might be ready to answer that.
Dean, it's 260.165.
Through the chair, I can answer the first part of the question
Go ahead,
about
Mr. Hurt.
comparable code provisions. So in my research, I actually found that the language in our code is probably more restrictive than other ombudsmans. The primary examples I looked at were Detroit, Michigan, and Flint, Michigan. Other ombudsmans within the state don't have the provision of the ombudsman's jurisdiction already ensconced in charter. So I searched through the lower 48 and found similar situations in Flint and Detroit where the entirety of the ombudsman's jurisdiction and powers and duties are laid out in Detroit's charter. And both of those municipalities used broader terms, similarly broad terms to the language in our charter to describe the ombudsman's jurisdiction. So I didn't see anything. If anything, the provisions in our code discussing the ombudsman's jurisdiction seem to be more restrictive.
I think there was a second part, and that's the grievance process. Mr. Gates.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, as Mr. O'Hare referenced, Code Section 26165 is the grievance against the ombudsman. I will preface this by one thing to keep in mind is the ombudsman doesn't actually make a decision about a complaint. He makes a recommendation and decides if it's justified or not. So there's no actual, I guess, prejudice against someone. But the grievance has grounds and can be filed by any person. Can file a grievance against the ombudsman. This is 26165B. Within 45 days, the ombudsman can declining, discontinuing, or closing a review or investigation, and it must be filed in writing. This grievance then is given to the ombudsman, who can reply, and then all of this documentation is put in a file that's public unless it has confidential or privileged information. So it's subject to public review. I guess there's a retention here in subsection D for 5 years. Excuse me. And then some of the grounds are listed here for any person to file a grievance against the ombudsman in subsection A, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 1, I think, is of most interest. Objection to a decision to decline or discontinue a review or investigation. And 2 is an allegation of undue delay in the review or investigation of a complaint. 3 is a specification of error or omission in the review or investigation of a complaint, or an allegation of discourteous behavior by a member of the staff from the ombudsman's office during the course of an investigation. So any person can file based on these grounds, and that becomes, I guess, public, except for whatever information in the investigation might have been obtained. It's confidential or privileged, and this is available to the assembly members who, as you know, appoint the ombudsman in whom he serves at the pleasure of. So you have that oversight of grievances that are filed against the ombudsman. And Mr. O'Hare, you're more familiar with this than I am. Did you have anything to add?
No, I would just echo that that the grievance process tends to mirror the powers of the ombudsman, and that the ombudsman can report and make recommendations. The grievance process allows for the ombudsman supervisor to be notified and make a report to the assembly as its supervisor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered, if in this ordinance, does it lay out that the ombudsman would go to HR first, or is that somewhere in the policy procedures for them, the ombudsman's office? Because I was trying to find, he described that path, but I'm not seeing it in here. I also didn't know what based on a mistake of fact meant. And then the final thing is, in the work session, I kind of thought we were talking about in G on page 5, that adding this after action based upon any conduct, act, or omission of the ombudsman's office during the course of official duties might be a good thing to add to that.
So as we spoke of in the meeting, you may make that amendment. It doesn't change anything. So that is what it means. But if you feel comfortable adding that, I think it's fine. So that's really your call.
Do you want to answer those first questions first, or?
So I think it's better to have the ombudsman answer those questions. Going to get your work out tonight, Daryl.
I'm not sure what section it is in our code, but it is actually in the Ombudsman's code that we are required to allow the departments an opportunity to respond to the complainant's concerns before we inquire. As I always tell people, we're the caboose, we're the last stop, and you have to exhaust your administrative remedies generally before we will look at something.
And then what's the based on mistake of fact?
As an example, we had a case a few years ago where an individual was living in a school bus parked in an alley in Midtown. It was towed by the Anchorage Police Department and ended up being crushed because they didn't have the money to recover it. And the community service officer said, well, you know, they didn't move it for 3 days. But when we investigated, we found out that there was 2 weeks between when the officer, you know, marked the vehicle tire and when they came back. It had been moved. So the factual statement by the officer that they had not moved the vehicle, we demonstrated that it was incorrect, and the municipality ended up paying that individual $20,000.
Thank you. I think I won't make that motion if you're certain that it's
100%.
covered. Okay,
I am
because I just don't
100%.
know legal speak.
Yeah, 100% certain. As well, I would say, because my attorneys would caution me, 99.9% certain. So, because they will always say it depends. So, okay, Mr. Gates, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I asked to be in the queue to make 2 comments in response to Mr. Bird's comments and to also the Department of Law, Mr. Gunther's comments. And the first is Mr. Bird's reference to the Charter Commission and Mrs. Holmes' remarks at the work session regarding the concern that the ombudsman might be badgering the mayor and so forth. I just wanted to remind everyone that the mayor, ombudsman is prohibited from investigating the mayor, and that's in this ordinance. It's not changed. It's current code. It's been there, I think, since 260 first enacted. The top of page 3 at line 2, it's right there, very plain. Also prohibited from investigating assembly members, individual members. So I just wanted to make sure we're aware of that. And then the second thing I asked to comment on is expanding the scope of, I guess, the indemnification provision just for the ombudsman that Mr. Gunther sort of suggested was a concern. I think that the language of subsection G here at the bottom of page 5, the first sentence is at the end, hold harmless, where the municipality shall defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the ombudsman and the ombudsman staff in an individual capacity against any claim filed in civil or administrative action This second part is really important based upon any conduct, act, or omission of the Ombudsman's office. This last phrase indicates it's got to be within the course and scope of the Ombudsman's duties, official duties, and the staff's official duties, which is the same indemnification that's provided for municipal employees in 15010. So the wording's a little different. The meaning, to me, from a legal perspective, is very much the same. And then this determination is made by risk management and an attorney, Assembly Council's office, and we take that very seriously. It's got to be within the course and scope of official duties of the Ombudsman for this determination, I guess, for someone in my position to make and provide it. And so I just wanted to provide that perspective.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Council Gates for bringing us back to some of the fundamental truths in terms of limitations of the particular role of the Ombudsman, who they cannot investigate, like the mayor or individual assembly members. But I'm specifically intrigued by Mr. Gates bringing us back to the quote from that was referred to by Mr. Byrd, and the word wasn't badgered, it was pestered. And I'm interested in that, and I'd love to ask the mayor, through Mr. Byrd, what do you mean by pestered? And what is the concern of the administration with respect to that term? Because it rings to me similarly to defiant, which is a little out of pocket for me. So what is the determination of pester from your vantage point? Or was just that a statement that you thought was cool to use, or do you have some substance behind that? Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Martinez, I think it was a comment made by a member of the Charter Commission that went to the heart of the matter, which, as I see it, is separation of powers. And when the Ombudsman was set up, I think, to be if you'll forgive the term, a creature of the legislative branch, I think the Charter Commission members, as any group that is trying to ratify a charter or a constitution, has to try and see into the future. When could this be abused? How would it be abused? And I think the Charter Commission, I think they did what they should. And I have no objection to Member Martinez to what Mr. Gates said. He's exactly right. The Ombudsman cannot investigate the mayor, but the rest of the administration is fair game, and that may have an effect on the way that any mayor, this mayor or a mayor just after this was ratified back in the 70s, runs his or her administration.
Just to follow up on that, is it your contention that a recommendation from the Ombudsman could have an impact on services that the administration provides?
Through the chair to Member Martinez, of course, I think that's why it's there. It's intended for that.
Exactly, and I appreciate that. So I just wanted to make sure that we captured the difference between language that was communicated from someone else with respect to the word pester and the formal function of the Ombudsman, which is to have some degree of accountability with respect to municipal operations that can help improve services and outcomes for the general public. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, I have myself in the queue. Mr. Rivera, you're watching me. Thank you. So there's so many things that could be said on the question of indemnification, which has raised some concerns. The language you see here is a compromise, because under the state power of the Ombudsman has 100% indemnification, period, full stop. That's the state Ombudsman. What we did instead is shifted to automatic indemnification with a collateral check between the branches. That is, at its start, a compromise. We did not go where we could. We could have gone farther. We decided we wanted to leave a check between the two branches, that's the risk manager and one of our attorneys, independently of our own analysis. I do love Ms. Holmes' comment about the concern that they vetted in the Charter Commission conversations when they discussed the possibility of abuse. In that conversation, they talked about creating some extraordinary checks on the ombudsman, having mayor participate, like assembly has to approve and the mayor has to approve, and they went through all of these convolutions in the conversation. But where did they land? Where did they land? They landed with the analysis that the place for the ombudsman is in the legislative branch, independent completely of the administration, and with as light a touch as possible by the assembly. And that's why the assembly has zero direction on what actions the ombudsman's office takes or does not take. That's the bottom line here. We are creating a bandwidth and a channel of information getting out there. And I still, again, raise the concern that we are seeing, and the record will show, an extraordinary pushing into the discretion of the ombudsman by members of this administration when all the cards are down. This is not happening in a vacuum. No one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Vice Chair Zolotel?
Yes. On a vote of 8-3 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-25 has passed the body. I anticipate we'll have this question back before us in just a couple weeks. Thank you, friends and peers. So I believe we don't have any items in our quasi-judicial section, so that takes us to the next section of our agenda, audience participation. Welcome.
Tweet now, Sand Lake. From the experience, having been here for 3 years, I can tell you anytime this body changes the code, I'm very leery, especially when it comes to a person. This body has changed the code numerous times and given the clerk unbelievable power in regards to the elections. Every time this body changes the code in terms of a person or an office, it takes the power away from the people and gives this person more power. And that's why I'm leery with this one as well. Secondly, through the chair, Mr. Voland, that is a very dangerous path to go down, to say, I trust our council, and I'm basically ignoring the municipal council. I know you didn't say that drastically, but that was the gist I was getting. And here's the thing. Most of you were not here, but this body passed an ordinance to remove a duly elected mayor. I have watched this body infringe on the administration, and that went into a lawsuit. And for the public to know, you guys lost this lawsuit because you stepped over the line. And at that time, if I remember correctly, even your own council told you not to do it, and you ignored it. So to sit there and to say you will ignore legal counsel is just really, really dangerous, in my opinion. You're getting into territory that you shouldn't be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone's off. There's a blue or green button there. There you go.
There you go. All right. Hi, my name is Cynthia Gachapin. I am with the Party for Socialism and Liberation Anchorage. What I'd like to say mainly is what happened here today with the ceasefire resolution was very disappointing. The way that some assembly members spoke about the participants in the audience was very condescending. asking us to be more involved in the community, saying that we need to be organizing around other issues, as if these people are children. You're speaking to adults. I don't know if you realize that. And you're speaking to professionals as well. And they're going to remember how you spoke to them, just so you know. The idea that, we have not been showing up here and having support for this resolution is kind of ridiculous, because we, as PSL Anchorage, have been coming here consistently since the beginning of October. The original ceasefire resolution was a very neutral resolution, in my opinion. Instead, you pressed a biased resolution that referenced the numbers of Israelis killed, but not the number of Palestinians killed, and that are still being killed, and that number would actually be over 30,000. The idea that this is not an Anchorage issue is also kind of, I think, insulting. I speak as a woman of color, a Latina. I'm here to support this resolution, or the first resolution, I'm sorry. And I am a taxpayer, I am a professional in the city, so it's kind of ridiculous to say that it is not an Anchorage issue. You also have lots of Palestinians and Muslims and just all types of community members that have been showing up week after week. The idea that at the end of the last assembly meeting, the comments that Mr. Constant made were just really legally defamatory and, in my opinion, quite disgusting. Branga mentioned that she had worked with Anchorage for Palestine and the healthcare workers for Palestine, I believe it was. She never mentioned that she worked with PSL Anchorage on that resolution. And that is true. She never did. She never did. When it comes to George Martinez, I have never spoke with him regarding Palestine at all. In fact, the only interactions I've ever had with him have been in a professional setting unrelated to organizing in any way, which probably doesn't even remember. But basically, the unprofessionalism I've seen by this assembly goes far beyond what I am used to seeing.
Thank you.
Yep. You guys' seats aren't safe. Just remember that, just because you're in a safe district.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric B. Elland. I'm 25 years old. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, Alaska. I graduated Holy Rosary Academy Private School. I work full-time. I'm a part-time student. I work part-time. I support my father, who has chronic Lyme disease. I'm one of your constituents. I am a member of this body here, and I'm insulted and disgusted by the way you spoke to the people here who came before you bringing a serious issue. A genocide is happening across the world. Just because it's on the other side of the world doesn't mean it doesn't concern us. And our tax dollars are being spent on that genocide. Your tax dollars and all of your tax dollars are being spent on genocide. 30,000 dead human beings and counting. I condemn the violence perpetrated against the Israeli citizens by Hamas. Citizens should never be a victim of violence. And that is exactly why I condemn the Israeli government. You all claim that you don't know the history of this region. Let me give you a quick history lesson. 75 years ago, the Israeli government, with the backing of England, forced Palestinians off their land. That's called the Nakba. It was a forced ethnic cleansing of the area. 750,000 Palestinian people were pushed off their land. They lived peacefully and coexisted with the Jewish community in that area. And to conflate a ceasefire resolution that we brought to you with anything as other than an effort, a humanitarian effort to end this violence is sickening. You condescended us, you insulted us, and you claimed ignorance. It's your job to be educated on this issue. You chose to run for office. If something is coming before you, you should be educated on this matter. Not only that, you saw this matter last week. If you didn't have the time to figure it out before then, you had enough time in the last week to figure out what's going on. Do you not watch the news? Do you not know what's happening across the world? This is a genocide. We asked you to bring this forward, to pass this resolution, to call for a ceasefire. It's a drop in the bucket, but it is another drop towards liberating the Palestinian people who have been the victims of settler colonial violence for over 75 years. Again, this is a genocide. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. I don't really have anything else to say. I'm, again, sickened by the way you guys handled this. Free Palestine.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Grace Porter. I am a constituent here in Anchorage, and I don't even know where to begin other than how extremely disappointed in this assembly I am. Finally, you guys decided to address the ceasefire resolution, but you folded it so far down into something to make it palpable for your taste, yet still complaining about how it's too complicated or makes you uncomfortable to talk about. We've been coming into this assembly for months with only the tiny 8x11 signs that you allow us to have, just for you to continue to overlook them and pretend like we're not here. We've been saying exactly what we want, a ceasefire, not a declaration in support to negotiate a ceasefire. No wonder multiple of you have said that this resolution feels like it doesn't hold any weight, because what is a declaration to support a negotiation going to do? We wanted an actual call for a ceasefire, not the washed out version that you won't even recognize the Palestinian lives lost on our dime, by the way. And then the fact that multiple of you said that you don't even know enough on the topic. As soon as you saw an assembly full of your community members urging you to act, you should have gone home and educated yourself, or perhaps even just gone a few steps away to the library. And to dismiss what we've been wanting by saying that there are problems going on here that we should focus on, I'm sorry, but nothing is going to take precedence over a genocide, especially when every missile and bullet shelled is through our paychecks. So, yeah, I'm just going to continue to call it a genocide. That's what it is. We've been sitting in this assembly holding up our signs, calling for a ceasefire. You guys have been overlooking us. You pay attention to your computers and not what we're saying. Our tax dollars are paying for missiles and bullets that are killing children. 14,000 children, in fact, have been killed in Gaza over the last 150 days of this genocide. Does that not scream emergency to you? Even though this is Anchorage, it's our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michael Patterson. I live in District 5. I want to address 3 points today. First, I want to address some of the defamatory statements that Assembly Chair Chris Constant has made about me at the last meeting, and I want to address the conduct of Assemblymember Volan as well. So, first, Assemblymember Volan has told another Assembly member, and I think other people, that I chased him through a parking lot. This is a defamatory statement, and it's a lie. You're lying. I have it on video of this incident you're talking about. I did not chase you. You were safe. To the Assembly Chair, you referencing the November 6th Facebook message that I made celebrating the death of Mr. Kessler, which I don't even think you know what his name was. That is a defamatory statement and a lie, which you can't even look at me right now. It's a lie. So, period, end of discussion. The defamatory statements stop. I've talked to the ombudsman, I've looked at the ethics violations, I've talked to attorneys. You're going to stop. It's done. Second point. Second point. There needs to be serious change with the Assembly. The conduct of the Assembly since December has been so outlandish and inappropriate, and I'm going to propose 2 changes here. One, I think this body needs to reorganize and remove Assembly Chair Chris Constant as the chair. I think, in particular, his conduct has been so unbecoming of the position. You need to be removed as chair. 2, very simple one, you need to move audience participation back to the front of the agenda. You did it for Save Anchorage, an actual hateful anti-Semitic mob. But what is happening is that it is very clear and abundant that public participation by this body collectively, it's not valued at all. We have to sit through all of this stuff, and it's very, and I just want to add that you need to prioritize public participation. I can't go to work session meetings because in the middle of the workday. I can't go to committee meetings because in the middle of the workday, but then I have to sit 4 or 5 hours through just nonsense for things you already should have figured out, and then you have an hour debate about something. And just to end, I really want to thank you all. I really want to thank you all today, because you know what radicalizes people? You know what makes them militant? What you all did. What you all did, it's not, I don't make people radical. The behavior and conduct of elected officials who clearly have a disdain for the public, that's what makes people radical. And I do not think you fully appreciate what you have done today. You have started a political movement with your actions today. You have no idea the hundreds of people. You can make it think it's just me. It has been hundreds of people, of your constituents, who have been involved in this, and thank you very much.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Murat Demir. I'm a graduate student at the University of Anchorage, Alaska, Department of Psychology, and an anarchist. Since you all admitted during today's ceasefire resolution talks that you were completely uneducated on global issues, I'm here to educate you. In your statements, multiple members of the Assembly repeatedly mentioned that they believed this conflict was too complicated for them to understand. One of you cited your job was too overbearing, which kept you from learning more. However, it is my understanding that there is a democratic responsibility on your part as officials to gain an understanding of the issues that concern the people you represent. In this instant, the issue you're responsible for being informed about is the world's longest ongoing military occupation. Another important point to understand is the concept of asymmetry in conflict and power. This conflict showcases a brutal example of asymmetrical power dynamics, with Israel, the occupier, receiving full support from the world's most powerful military force, the United States, as it mercilessly oppresses the already suffering and disenfranchised Palestinian population. When thinking about the conflict in these terms, it should be less complicated for you. So consider these 2 points a stepping stone for you to begin your education on a topic that is unquestionably important to the diverse population of Anchorage. And before you scold your constituents in a patronizing manner as you did today, make sure you educate yourself first. Maybe this will help you avoid showcasing your insularity in the future.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Vera Pearl Rossier.
Could you pull the microphone down?
Pardon me?
Pull that microphone down. There you go, so we hear you. There you go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Year 2000, I made a report to APD. An investigation was started. I received a call from APD stating they were closing the investigation because they discovered it was the father of their police officer, Officer Pardue, who were entering my home as I slept, chloroforming me and sexually assaulting me. Because APD has held this officer and his father above the law, I have suffered 24 years of continuous assaults, abuse, thefts, lies, attempts to murder me by Officer Pardue and his goons. January 2023, Pardue successfully arranged a kidnapping of me with the assistance of his network goons. The first location, I was drugged and sexually assaulted, and violently so, because afterwards I suffered from my back not being able to support me and much pain that I endured. I escaped and purchased a phone because they had disabled the cell phone after I called security of my company I was employed with. But my freedom did not last long. as I was recaptured and taken to a second location where again I was assaulted because they wanted the cell phone, my debit card, my driver's license to prevent me from having the ability to call for help and to get away from them again. The third location I was taken to was supposed to be the location where I met my demise and never be seen again on earth. I was able to use a monitor phone in the third location to follow up on the reports I made during my short escape, using the new cell phone and the hotel phone I had to flee to, and I was able to notify my senator, employer, family as I follow up on my instructions of reaching out for help. My demise was escalated when I informed my family to contact my relative who is an FBI agent. I witnessed them murder 4 healthy Caucasian men by the time God delivered me from their wicked evil. 3 other men were on death watch and nearly dead. The phone I used after I was moved to the third location in the hallway, and everyone could hear my instructions given to family, and a man had recently arrived, said to me he was not supposed to be there. He was taken against his will. It was obvious he was full of worry, but I could not help him because my life was up for taking, and I had to fight hard to save my own life. I did not get free and back to Anchorage until the middle of February 2023.
I'm sorry, we have to stop. Time has expired.
I want justice. I have pledged allegiance to this flag all my life. I am a black African American, and I want justice.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Is this on? Hi, I'm JC Marston. I currently reside in the Mountain View area. To stand on indigenous land and claim the genocide of Palestinians is too complex to understand is a very telling one. But hopefully my further statements will contextualize and simplify this for you. We may be far away from Palestine in distance, but we are not far removed from them in the history of colonial oppression. My family has been here in Alaska since time immemorial, and an important reason for that is because humans are resilient. We are not stagnant, we adapt to change, and are capable of bringing our cultures with us through these changes, even when we must adapt to these changes. My great-great-grandfather, Chief Thomas, knew that. It's why he and other chiefs in the 1950 Indiana Chiefs Conference rejected being confined to reservations and called attention to the humanitarian obligation of an intrusive government to those its presence imposed itself upon. This was 9 years before indigenous people would be considered citizens in this country. The religion, language, and ways of governing this land, now called Alaska, has changed. Many times, in living memory, in written memory, and in our oral histories. At times, organically, as the landscape itself changes, and in more recent history, by the cruel force of colonialism. Something every adult body in this room should already be educated about. Regardless of religion, regardless of current nationality, if you recognize the land of Palestinian by any name as a homeland, your ancestors then are being genocided against. The land and people being destroyed there are the land that nourished and gave your ancestors strength to bring you here today. The people there today have those same ancestors who once walked beside your own. What government of Israel is doing is atrocious, and it should shake us all to our core of morality. A government committing atrocities in the name of religion is an immoral act against all, regardless of your religion or not. If you have ever said you are here to be the voice of your constituents, if you have ever said that you were spoken to the land acknowledgement movement or condemned native genocide, if you ever claim to care about children's lives, then you have positioned yourself as someone who can be held accountable for taking a stance. on the ceasefire. If you live in Alaska, colonial genocide should be something that you have already learned to contextualize. It's something you should recognize and see for what it is. It should make confronting genocide anywhere a much simpler feat, especially for those who are holding a governing body.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is James Siebels, and I live in Anchorage. I've lived in Alaska my entire life. I would just like to point out today that multiple times throughout the meeting today, multiple council members said that the genocide going on in Palestine is above your guys' scope, and it does not involve us. You guys also mentioned that we need to be focusing on investing money and resources into our community and fighting homelessness and fighting poverty within our community and our city. I would like to point out that Alaska alone donated $7 million in weapons to Israel. Anchorage alone donated $3.9 million. You claim that this is above your guys' scope and it is not your responsibility. Meanwhile, $3.9 million of our dollars that could have gone to investing in our communities went overseas to bomb children. Okay? That money could have literally housed 464 people for an entire year. It could have given 1,300 children free health care for a year. It could have paid for 42 elementary school teachers. I would like to spend the rest of my time to tell about a story that I heard recently in Palestine that absolutely broke my heart, to show you that this is where our money is going instead of educating our children, instead of housing people who are freezing on the fucking streets. There was a young man in Palestine that was kidnapped and tied. He was tied and bound together, and he was ran over with an Israeli military tank from the feet up so that he could experience all of it. I had to wake up and look at a photo of an unrecognizable human being with all their guts and blood spilt out of them. The only identifiable thing on this person was their arm that was still zip-tied. Our money directly goes to this instead of helping all these people here. And you guys say that you can do nothing about it and that it is above your scope and above your responsibility. If you guys truly feel that way, you're not going to be elected next time. You guys are not going to be sitting on this council because you guys literally waste our time, you waste our resources, and you send them elsewhere. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Samara. I live in the West Anchorage area. I'm of Hispanic and Black descent, and I know enough about discrimination and segregation to understand what is happening in Gaza is a genocide and an ethnic cleansing. I don't need to be an expert to know that. Neither do any of you need to be experts to know that. In fact, the textbook case of genocide reads as the systematic and widespread extermination or attempted extermination of a national, racial, religious, or ethnic group. With over 30,000 people that have been killed, the way that I have to ask my assembly members to care about genocide and thousands of lives was the point I did not think I would have to reach. To beg for you all to care about people's lives instead of claiming to not know enough, or claim it is far away and doesn't concern us. The fact is, you see, it does concern us. As you've seen many pro-Palestinian people in this room for months, people who have family there, and people who just have basic empathy. The privilege you all have to stand in this room and debate whether to pass a symbolic ceasefire resolution while 100 children in Gaza die daily is wildly disappointing. That you do not use your power as old white guys to join your constituents' loud calls to put pressure on our government to stop any further loss of life, which you all say you value so much. I've heard numerous times the words complex issue. We all care about life, and the urging from the assembly to get out there and vote and participate despite many of us not only being affected by these issues personally, but also participating in the ways you've all urged. If you truly want us to use our collective power and participate in a local level, start by listening to your constituents, instead of talking down to them, as many of us feel that we have been talked down to like children. The amount of platitudes used by the assembly to quell the crowd and make it seem like you all value impartialness is grand. Please educate yourself on issues of genocide, because I will not be voting for anyone who does not stand against genocide or cannot call it when they see it, especially when it's unfolding before your eyes, especially because our tax dollars contribute to this. We see Palestinians starving to death in mass, doctors and nurses being targeted and shot on video. We see this all live. We see this all every day when we wake up on our screens. It's been 151 days. Not calling for a ceasefire is you calling for an open fire. I just wanted to get that straight. Even the ICJ agrees it is plausible Israel is committing a genocide. Internationally, pretty much everyone agrees that this is a genocide. I think it's very clear what this is. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? We'll move on to Assembly member comments. Mr. Salt.
No comments.
Ms. Brawley.
No comment.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a comment. We never got to 10A2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing March 2024 as National Women's History Month. And I won't take a lot of time to read the whole resolution, even though it is pretty short. I will just say I want to follow my tradition, my annual tradition of also recognizing our women who are serving on the Anchorage Assembly. So Member Brawley, Member Zalatel, Member Bronga, I think I'm not missing anybody. All that to say, thank you very much. This is a hard job. You guys add so much benefit through your service to us on the body, your ideas, your debate, and I think you are probably smarter than the rest of us, but anyway, thank you. Thank you for serving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross.
Nothing to add, Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
No comments, thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
I was on the same track as Member Volan, but I have a quote from Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bridge builders are people who create relationships that cut across lines of conflict. Anyone, no matter what their occupation, religions, cultures, or borders, they can be bridge builders to help establish relationships, improve communication, and build trust between conflicting peoples and groups. I hope that we, independent of any name of any organization, can work toward being a bridge builder community. And on that note, I'll close, Chair, by saying I affirm the dignity inherent to all human beings and condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and ethnically or religiously motivated violence in all of its forms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
No additional comments, thank you, Chair.
And I agree with you, Mr. Martinez. Motion to adjourn? So moved. We are adjourned.